And live from Jordan Valley Ice Park in Springfield, Missouri, it is ACHA Division I Women's Hockey and the Missouri Showcase. Hello, everybody. Steve Casson along with my cameraman Brendan Coker for the final game of the 3 games here in the opening night of the Missouri Showcase, and this features Arizona State versus Aquinas College. Earlier, the 2 games that went on were both shutouts. McKendree with a 6-0 victory over Utah in Game 1, and then in Game 2, Colorado, just moments ago, a 5-0 win over Concordia. And of course, we wrap up with the late game here tonight, and it will feature Arizona State University 6-0 on the season, the best start in team history. Right now they're playing games 7, 8, and 9 out of 10 to start the season on the road. 13 of 19 games this season for them will be on the road, and we'll talk to head coach Lindsay Ellis and get her thoughts about that. Last year, Arizona State went 2-1 at the Showcase with wins over Concordia Ann Arbor 8-1, Aquinas College 3-1, and then a 5-0 loss to McKendree University. And as I mentioned just moments ago, McKendree did pick up a victory earlier, 6-0 over Utah. So these 2 teams will meet, and they will do that tomorrow. That is going to be a game we'll also have for you here on Web Sports Radio, as Arizona State and McKendree will be the final game, the nightcap of tomorrow, and a rematch for those 2 teams. In fact, Arizona State will be playing the same teams they played last year, which, as I mentioned, was Concordia, Aquinas, and McKendree. Lindsay Ellis' squad, 9 freshmen, 9 sophomore, 1 junior, and 3 seniors, 22 players. They'll play 19 regular season games plus WWCHL playoffs and or nationals. And they are coming into this showcase having allowed 1 or less goals in 5 of 6 games this season. The only game in which they had allowed 2 is the one which they had to come from a tie late in the 3rd period to take a 3-2 victory over Grand Canyon in Phoenix, Arizona. That one back on October 5th. Right now, a couple of players that are doing things for Arizona State include Daniel DuPont, leads the team with 10 points, 7 goals, 3 assists, had the game-winning goal against the University of Denver back on September 29th. She also scored 4 goals on September 28th against Colorado State in a 9-1 victory. Kat Jones is second in scoring with 5 goals and 1 assist. She had a goal in the 3rd period against Denver back on September 28th. And the one that's been dishing a lot of those assists for the goals has been Andy Main. She's assisted on 3 of DuPont's 7 goals. She leads the team with 6 assists this season. Arizona State will start the senior in goal, Jordan Nash Bolden. She's the primary goaltender with a 4-0 record, a .972 save percentage, a 1.25 goals against average. She's only allowed 5 goals on 177 shots in 4 games. That's a lot of rubber for her. She will be the starting goaltender for Arizona State here tonight. For Aquinas College, the Saints, they have a record of 2-1 on the season, and they have a new head coach, Lisa Brown Miller. She's a former Princeton coach and United States hockey gold medalist. She had 92 goals, 62 assists, 154 career points. She's the 2nd head of the Saints women's hockey program, an Olympic team member, U.S. Olympic team that is, member for 10 years, and an assistant coach from 92 to 97. She was voted the team MVP in 92, also a member of the USA Hockey Hall of Fame. And it was a good opening night, or should have been a better opening night for Aquinas. A 1-0 loss to Grand Valley on September 27th in the Grand Valley State Showcase. They surrendered the game-winning goal with 1:46 left in the 3rd period, and that was a bright spot, even though it was a loss, for head coach Lisa Brown Miller. Allie Kennedy will be in goal in 3 games. She's 1-2 with a 2.0 goals against average and a .942 save percentage. Let's head on down to public address announcer Kevin Thorough for our on-ice festivities, including the national anthem. It is Arizona State 6-0 on the season versus Aquinas College 1-2 this season.
Tonight's ACHA Women's Collegiate Hockey matchup between the home team Aquinas Saints and tonight's visitors, the Arizona State Sun Devils.
Well, it looks like we're not going to have the starting lineups as both teams waited for it. I waited for it. We all waited for it, but it's not going to happen here tonight. Referees for this evening's game, Ryan Armstrong is the referee. Mark Marzola and Matt Spaeth are the linesmen. Ryan Armstrong, who is the general manager for Missouri State Hockey, that is my normal gig. And we have a new center ice camera position. So Brendan Coker doing yeoman's work. Brendan is the tallest man here at Mediacom Ice Park. He is standing on a platform high above Jordan Valley Ice Park. So it'll be some good views this time around. Both teams getting last-minute instruction. Lisa Brown-Miller, her team, Aquinas College, getting all set and ready to go. And Arizona State University, Lindsay Ellis' team, they are all set up and ready to go. And I have to say, I do like the Arizona State jerseys. If you get a chance to zoom in a little later on, or you can probably zoom into the face-off dot, but I love the jerseys, at least the road jerseys. Puck back after the face-off in the Aquinas zone. Taking it quickly is Kat Jones. Kat this season, second in scoring, 5 goals and 1 assist. Puck comes gingerly and on net, and Allie Kennedy will hold on there. Just underway in the first period, 19:41 remaining. Tomorrow's games will start at about 1:30. That's Utah and Concordia. 4:30, Aquinas and Colorado, and then the nightcap, 6:45, Arizona State and McKendree. Right off the draw, it'll be Arizona State with possession again. Working at this time is Daniel DuPont, leads the team with 7 goals and 3 assists. DuPont still behind the net, still looking for some help. At the left point is Abby McGee, doesn't get to her yet. Chasing it and sending it all the way down is Andy Main. Far side boards, and still a work in progress for Aquinas, who can't get the puck out, though they have the numbers along the boards, and they still work it. Trying to chip it away was Michaela Opperman for Aquinas. She can't do it. Goes to the left side and a drive in and a blocker save by Kennedy. That drive by Maine was deflected away. Waiting for it is Abby McGee at the left point. She gets it and shoots again. This one sails wide. Far side boards. It's been all Arizona State so far, and finally the Saints are able to clear it out, does Aquinas. And it goes back to the line of Arizona State. Hops over a stick. Now Avery Chmielowski has it. Chmielowski sends it to the far side, and Arizona State is able to get a good line change. 18:23 to go in the period. Near side boards. Left side, Molly Potter. Shot tipped in front, and it's deflected up the middle, taken away by Maria McGuire. She'll have it on the left side. Banks it off the boards and gets it all the way down. And a line change much needed for Aquinas. The Saints are able to get tired players off. Now a bouncing puck, grabbed by Amy Gullickson. 2 goals for her, for the sophomore out of Park Ridge, Illinois. Puck back in the Aquinas zone. Saints will have it. They do get another set of line changes, and this time the puck is shot all the way down by Natalie Vitas. Vitas sends it behind the net. She had 4 goals in a game recently. And that was in the 8-0 win over Concordia back on September 28th. For her career, 14 goals and 9 assists. Now it's Arizona State out of their own zone. Molly Potter works it free and sends it all the way in, and a line change for Arizona State. Aquinas just getting to the puck. Not able to clear it just yet. It's sent down in low, and chasing it will be Carly Chadwick, the freshman from Phoenix. Far side boards, still with a rush in progress by Chadwick. Puck, though, is taken away, and it's sent all the way down into the Arizona State zone, and we get a slow icing. But it is 16:58 to go in the period. That icing will bring it back into the Aquinas end of the ice. Two 2-0 are the shots. Favor of Arizona State. Off the draw. Puck sails through the crease. And with 16:45, it's deflected up the middle. Still stays along the line. Good play there by Morgan Benson. And the puck taken away by Aquinas. Racing it in is Amelia Bartels, and a shot that's saved off the blocker of Jordan Nash Bolden. Battleford along the goal line on the far side. 16:23 to go and no score. Sent over to Carly Chadwick. 2 assists for the freshman this season in 6 games. Puck flipped back behind. And now Emily Klein with it. Puck underneath the stick of Brianna Domras of Aquinas. It goes down to the half boards and stays in as Aaron Rawls is able to keep it in for Arizona State. 15:46 remains. Puck shot in, big save there, rebound move to the far side. But again, it's been all Arizona State here. Puck shot in, and finally a line change for Aquinas as Morgan Kozar was able to get that deep enough to get that line change. Now racing is Malek Rabek, and we get a shot in, and we're going to get a offside, I believe. Oh, we're going to get too many men. Or, excuse me, too many players. I think that's what it is. It's going to be too many men, but we'll call it too many players. So the penalty to Aquinas. So it'll be the first power play for the Sun Devils. Aquinas on the penalty kill, 75%. They've allowed 2 of 8. And on the power play, Arizona State is only 16.7%. They've scored 2 of 12. But they work it now. Right side shot in, save. Big save by Kennedy. Spin around shot and an opportunity for Abby McGee is denied. Now at the half boards, 1:44 to go on the power play. Big save there as it was shot in by Andy Main. I take that back. No, that is, let's see who that is. Let's catch the call
Bench
here.
minor for too many players on the ice. Time of the penalty at 4:48 of the first period.
So that is the call. And it was Abby McGee that got that initial shot. So here come the Sun Devils in the zone. DuPont. Daniel stops there. Gives it up top to Abby McGee. Shot that's blocked. And Michaela Opperman is able to clear it all the way down. 14-14 to go in the period. And still no score. 58 seconds remaining in the power play. Right side. McGee shoots it in. Arizona State with a line change. Puck up the middle. Stolen though. Taken away by the assistant captain. That's Daniel DuPont. Her pass is tipped out to center ice. And a rush by Maria McGuire is sent all the way down. The captain, newly elected captain for Aquinas. 13:39 remains in this late hockey game here. Puck across the line, 20 seconds to go on the power play. Sent down to the corner, up high, holding it in. Good job by Finn Larson. Shot off, blocked, rebound, right up the middle, sent just wide by Sarah Zimmerman. Power play has 5. Working it is Larson. Gives up to Potter. She shoots. It goes wide, and now we're back at full strength 5-on-5. Shots are 9-1 in favor of Arizona State. Now 12:57 remaining. Still held along the line. Working it down as Larson. A shot in. Never got. It was blocked. Blocked in front by McGuire. 12:43 remaining. Never got to the goaltender, that is. Now Taylor Northcutt had it for a moment. Still a scramble up the middle, and finally it's cleared out to center. Molly Potter back in her own zone. Delayed offside. Taken away now by Arizona State. Finn Larson works it in. Got as far as about 2 feet across the blue line. Now we come the other way. Across the Arizona line. Here's an opportunity for Vitus, and it is deflected away. Far side now to Aaron Rawls. Regathered at the red line and shot back in by Alyssa Buzar. Puck sent around to the near side boards. Malek Rabik is able to keep it at the half boards, but it's stolen, taken away by Vitus. Natalie sends it up the middle, and a shot that's off of the shoulder of Nash Bolden. That shot came from Avery Martin. Good opportunity there for Aquinas, and we come the other way. Tipped, and this is going to be a delayed offside. A good play by the captain, Maria McGuire. She was able to tip it just outside the line, and by doing that, it put offside the Arizona State Sun Devils. $11:24 to go in this first period. Coming up at the first period intermission, it will be an interview with Lindsay Ellis of Arizona State, head coach. Off the shot wide, play is still in the Aquinas zone. Chasing it down, trying to keep it in the zone and doing a good job of it is the captain for Arizona State. She gets bumped as she takes her position right up the middle in the crease. That, of course, I'm talking about is Kat Jones. Puck is still in the zone. Jones is there to keep it going. Now sent in by Emily Klein, has a goal and 2 assists. She's a freshman from Princeton, Minnesota. Puck out to center. Here is a 2-on-2, but as she came across the line, falling down was DuPont. And that broke up the intended odd woman rush. Back into the Arizona State zone. Taylor Northcutt 3 goals and an assist for her. She is 4th in scoring. 10 minutes remaining in the first period. Shots 9-1 in favor of Arizona State, but Aquinas hanging tough. Shot in, save, rebound, loose, another save by Kennedy. And we come out to center and all the way back into the Arizona State zone. Kennedy came up big on a couple of opportunities there, and so did Nash Bolden on a great opportunity in front by Avery Martin. Now Aquinas with it down the middle. It's off the stick of Morgan Kozar and out to center ice. Aquinas pesky as they really clog up the neutral zone now. Sent back to Taylor Northcutt. She'll swing it in to the left side. It's held in. Taken by Amelia Bartels. Amelia drops it down in low to Opperman. Double teamed. Opperman on her knees, able to get it out, but it'll go to the Sun Devils. Taken by Amy Gullickson. She'll shoot it in and chase instead the bench. She's going to go there. 8:53 to go. Puck up the middle. And a shot in that's blocked. The initial one came from Zimmerman, and then it's taken away and cleared. So Aquinas slow to react to the player coming off the bench, Zimmerman, but they were able to step in front of the puck and block it. Far side, held in. Good play by Ashley Reese. Dropped down in low. Working it now is Molly Potter for Arizona State. Potter chases. Reese chases for Aquinas. And it's now all of a sudden the Saints that are doing the pressure here. Oh, we get a stick held. No penalty, though, and play continues. Stopped by Kennedy. Moved out to center and swung all the way around. Well, to be grabbed by Emily Klein. Line change for Aquinas. Saints with a short bench getting everybody off. Now coming in is Aaron Rawls. Rawls lost it. To the left side, Morgan Benson. Steps around one. That's Kozar. Gets a shot off. Save by Kennedy. Rebound behind the net. Move to the corner. And still in possession along the right side is Klein. Shot in. It's blocked. And trying to one-hand it and get it out was Madison Morgaret, but she couldn't do it. Finally, it's taken out by Aquinas, and enough to just get it to where the Saints can line change. We come the other way, though. Rabeck with it. Comes in, save by Kennedy, rebound, nothing but Saints there, and they have a thrill. They were going to have a 3-on-2, but they're line changing. So here comes Avery Martin. She gets hit along the boards, penalty coming up. Aquinas will go on the power play. First one, as the Sun Devils get called, and we do have a player down on the ice. We'll see if we can take a look at how that happened. Just a hard hit into the boards there. We've had stoppages in the earlier game because of a couple players, but Avery Martin is sitting up. Looks like she'll be okay. And I say that because she's skating off to the bench without any help from the trainer or her coaches or anybody. So a fresh 2 minutes on the clock, or on the board, that is. Northcutt will go. Here in the first period. So Arizona State 6-0 this season, 6 wins on the road. They've scored 28 goals and allowed just 5 this season. Aquinas, on the other hand, they're undefeated on the road. Their only win thus far has come on the road. That was the 8-0 shutout. Meanwhile, the Saints will go with the player advantage. Shot sails wide. Chasing it is Tori Fenema, but she's not able to get there. But here comes an outlet pass. Working it is Kat Jones. She's shorthanded, shoots, and it goes high up over the blocker's side of Kennedy. Sun Devils do not have a shorthanded goal for this year. Aquinas across the line. Saints not able to keep it in. Fenema not able to. Here comes Kat Jones again, shot and a save by Kennedy. 1:10 to go on the power play. Shots are 13-1 in favor of Arizona State. Sun Devils change at least one, and they do get that person off as Daniel DuPont was able to touch the puck up. Not too many players on the ice. And it's cleared now all the way down. Racing is DuPont. Little trouble there as DuPont steals. Looking for a shorty with 39 seconds to go. Broken up from her and cleared out to center. Taken by McGuire. McGuire cut off at the left point. Comes up the middle. Moved out to center. Good deflection and a good play by Amelia Bartels. Across the line, in the zone, 2-on-1, shot in and a save as McGuire gets that one and Nash Bolden steers it aside. Shot from the left side again, this one goes wide. Now we go to the right side. Power play is over. Full strength now for both teams. A shot comes in, deflected, and a save. The rebound is moved as Opperman got the shot deflected, and standing up, Nash Bolden made the save. And we get a whistle for an icing call. I don't know if you want to call that a shade of luck or not, but Nash Bolden was standing up. She didn't see that it had deflected down in front of her. And she made the save. Face off after the icing. We'll come back in the Arizona State zone, and it's won and cleared, and here might be a lead for Gullickson. Left side, looking for someone to pass to instead. It is deflected wide of the net by Kennedy. Now the trailer coming in and getting a shot up high was Morgan Benson, and it's gloved by Kennedy. She'll hold on. 4:27 to go in the period, and no score. Shots are 13-2 in favor of Arizona State. Off the draw, Aquinas will win it and send it in on goal, where it's held onto by Nash Bolden. Well, the two other goaltenders for Arizona State are Macy Eide and Landry Phelps, and they can actually claim that they have a better save percentage than Nash Bolden, who has a .972. Theirs is at 1,000. They both had shutouts. 14 saves and a shutout for Eide, and Phelps 8 saves on 8 shots and a shutout for her. And those games, of course, were the 4-0 win over Denver and 3-0 the next night on September 27th in Denver, Colorado. Play is out to center ice. Here's Gullickson. Tried to break free, and a good triple team by the Saints is able to break that one up. Backhanded just enough to get it away is Brianna Domrossi. And we come the other way across the line into the Saints zone. 3:20 to go in the period. Right side. Down in low to Chadwick. She sends it to the left side. Now playing the left point is Chadwick. Goes to the right, and it's deflected. Good play there by McGuire to get her stick down. Behind the net, 2:56 to go. No score. And 2:48 remaining, and the puck is cleared out to center ice. Opportunity to bring it into the Sun Devils zone by Natalie Vitus, and she's able to hold on to the puck as it comes the other way. Puck, though, stolen. Taken by Rawls, and she'll go to the bench. Full sail line change for Arizona State, or at least as much as they can right now. They're in a partial. Here's Steinman. Gives it ahead to Aubrey Beskid. Drive in, save, rebound, and just underneath the stick of Chadwick. And now a shot from the left side is held on to by Allie Kennedy. Kennedy does have a .942 save percentage in 3 games that she's played. And off the draw, puck is kicked out to center. Directing traffic is Nash Bolden. Working it is Abby McGee. Falling just behind her was Tori Fedema of Aquinas. And now it comes back into the Saints zone. Looking behind and trying to get a wraparound in front was McGee. Had to pick up her stick, so she gave the chase away. And now it's Aquinas working the puck up to center. Underneath the stick of Ashley Reese for the Saints, and back into the Aquinas zone. 1:19 remaining. Puck is sent all the way down. This should be an icing call. And it is, as Morgan Kozar was trying to hit an outlet, and it went past everybody. 1:12 to go in the period. I want to welcome everybody watching on Web Sports Radio. Don't forget, we will have all the games that involve Arizona State. We'd love to have more for you, but a little short-handed. It's just me and my camera guy. And Brendan Coker is doing a great job. Less than a minute to go in the first period. With the shots favoring Arizona State at 16-2. Puck comes right in over the shoulder of Kennedy, and it's a goal. So Arizona State gets on the board first, as this one was just kind of a little flopper that hit a stick in front. We'll see if we can take a look at it for you here. But it's one that came in and just flipped up over Kennedy. And will catch the call, but it is a 1-0 lead for Arizona State, and they waited till the very last minute of the period to take the lead. Now 23 seconds remain. We'll catch the call from Kevin Thurl, the public address announcer. So there will probably
Arizona
be,
State
here we
goal
go.
Scored by number 22, Andy Main. Assisted by number 19, Danielle DuPont. Time of the goal at 19:12 of the first period. Scored by number 22, assisted by number 19.
So at 19,
and at the end of the first period,
12 of the first period, it's Main from DuPont. Main gets her first goal of the season to go with her 6th assists. 7 points. DuPont with the assist. and it's 1-0 in favor of the visiting team after one period of play. We'll see if we can back this up just a little bit and see what happened. See if you can take a look at it here as they fight out of the corner. And I think I backed it up just a little bit too much. Here it is here. That's what, hold on. See if we can get this one set up for you again. Just seems like after the shot comes into the corner, it finds its way up the middle. It just bounces up, takes a strange bounce up over Kennedy for that 1-0 advantage after one period of play. Shots on goal in the period. 17 actually on Allie Kennedy. And Jordan Nash Bolden faces just 2. We will take a break, and when we come back, talk with Lindsay Ellis, head coach of Arizona State, in just a moment.
Hey, Missouri! Barrel Bob here. I'm MoDOT's Work Zone spokesbarrel. I see a lot of distracted drivers in work zones not paying attention to the road. Distracted driving is the #1 cause of crashes. The average text takes 5 seconds to read. At 55 miles per hour, you could travel the length of a football field blindfolded. Don't take the chance. I want you and my friends working on the roads to get home safely. Please buckle up and put your phone down. A message from the Missouri Department of Transportation.
We're back at Jordan Valley Ice Park, now talking with the head coach of the Arizona State University Sun Devils and Lindsay Ellis. And Coach, your 6-0, best start in team history. That has got to be something special right now.
Yeah, I mean, it feels good. I know we all know we have a lot of work to do, but to start a season off like that is definitely not a bad thing at all.
Last season when you were here, you lost to McKendree. And it wasn't pretty.
No.
And now you're looking for redemption, right?
Definitely. I mean, McKendree's going to be our biggest test this weekend, and we're really excited to be able to play them again and have a deeper roster this year. So hopefully we can come out with a better outcome this year.
You're playing games 7, 8, 9 of 10 on the road. Do you not like playing at home?
We love playing at home. We have a great fan base at home, but it's really hard to get teams out to Phoenix, and unfortunately, teams don't make a budget for it, and we have to. So, we play a lot of non-conference games that are far away, and hopefully they'll start returning them soon.
Who would not want to go to Phoenix? I mean, it's great weather. And you don't have to deal with what we have to deal with here, which luckily it's great weather here this weekend, but who would not want to go to Phoenix and be in sun and not have to worry about it?
I mean, I don't know. We got a lot to offer, so hopefully they'll start realizing that soon.
Maybe they're just afraid of you. That's what it is.
Maybe so.
I found out, oh no. You're relatively, when you think about it, kind of a young team. You have 9 freshmen, 9 sophomore, a junior, and 3 seniors. Make up your 22 players. So to start off this well with kind of a young team, that's got to be nice.
Definitely. I mean, we recruited specifically for their skill, and it definitely shows on the ice. And, we're excited to keep growing with them. And if this is what they're like as nervous freshmen, I can't wait to see what they're like as confident seniors.
And then, of course, you have one that is just lights out right now. Daniel DuPont leads the team with 10 points, 7 goals, 3 assists. Had the game-winning goal against the University of Denver back on the 29th of September. Scored 4 goals on the 28th. Her along with Kat Jones are just kind of eating it up right now.
They are. That whole entire first line, I mean, they never stop at all. When we were playing Denver, they got 3 goals in 1 shift. So, I mean, they never stop going, and it definitely shows, obviously, in their stats.
Andy Main likes to dish because she assisted on 3 of DuPont's 7 goals. So
yeah, she'll get one soon. I can feel it.
But it's nice to have that kind of line that clicks, the one that you can kind of rely on. You throw them out there, you don't have to think twice.
No, not at all. I mean, we get out there and, you know, in a pinch situation, we can throw them out there, and offense, defense, they'll get it done.
Lindsay Ellis, head coach of Arizona State University, is joining us. And you look at this hockey club, and it's relatively young considering ACHA Division I women's hockey, but Arizona State in general is making a name for itself. The big D1 team moved up to NCAA, and now they have another D1 team, and they're cranking, and all of a sudden you're on the map. Do you feel, when I say it, I mean it jokingly, but do you feel any pressure to kind of live up to the hype of what's going on with everybody else?
A little bit. I mean, we all practice right after each other every single day, so I mean, NCAA practices after us, and they bring the energy. So, I mean, if we're not out there before them bringing the energy, I mean, it feels like a little bit of a letdown on ourselves. So, yeah, I mean, it's a lot to live up to, and I think we're doing pretty well so far.
This is a hockey club that really has not given up more than 2 goals this season. That's been it. It's either a shutout or 1 goal, or just recently against Grand Canyon University they scored 2 goals, and it was a 3-2 win too. But defensively right now, one of the best teams you've seen?
Absolutely. I mean, we have obviously our defense is mostly freshmen, but they came in right away and are making an impact. I mean, I think this is the strongest defensive core we've had in our short history, but obviously it shows in our goals against, and I can't wait to see what they can do against some more ranked teams when we play them soon.
And of course, goaltending-wise, you have a senior, Jordan Nash-Bolden. She was a standout for you last year as a junior. This year, coming into this series, 4-0 with a 1.25 goals against average, a .972 save percentage. You cannot say anything about that. I mean, she has faced 177 shots and only given up 5 goals this season.
Yeah, it's pretty unbelievable. I mean, her senior year, she has so much confidence, and she goes in net, and it shows so much. You know, and she wants to win for herself and her teammates, and it's pretty obvious when she's in net.
But then you've got a pair of sophomore goaltenders who both have wins on their own, and they've not given up a goal yet. They're both shutouts.
Yep, yeah, it's exciting. I mean, it's been an exciting 6 games. It seems like a lot more than 6, but a lot's happened in a short time, and we're excited that you know, they were able to get, both of them were able to get shutouts.
Joining us is Lindsay Ellis, the head coach of Arizona State University Sun Devils, who of course are putting on this tournament and showcase actually, and it's the 2nd year to do this. Now, there's connections. Obviously, your brother Tyler coaches for Missouri State's Division III team here in Springfield, and your dad works locally here, so that's kind of a connection. But what's it like to be able to play centrally and grab teams from all across the country?
Yeah, I mean, it works out for a lot of people. I mean, CU and Utah feel the same way we do. It's hard to get home games against non-conference teams, and you know, when we come somewhere like this, we're able to all play, you know, quality games in one central location where it's pretty easy for everyone to get to.
And I mentioned that you have a line of varying players, very young players, but they're from all over. You're looking at California, San Jose, California. You've got some local products from Arizona, but then you've got Massachusetts, British Columbia, a couple from there, Bozeman, Montana, Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. How are you able to recruit from all over the country? Yeah,
I mean, I think this school kind of recruits itself. You know, being able, a lot of them are from cold states. They're able to walk into the rink with some flip-flops, and that's new and exciting. But I think just a lot of what we're building with our program and hockey in general at ASU is, you know, something that people want to join, and we're excited to keep adding more and more girls from all over.
When you look at this hockey club and you look at what you've been able to accomplish in such a short time, what are your thoughts?
Oh man, I mean, it's a lot of thoughts, a lot of emotions, and I came from a young program myself in college that was able to win a national championship. So, you know, I think just coming from that, I have very high expectations for this program, and I think it's doable for a young team to go to nationals and clinch that title.
Now, one of the things that And I know scheduling was what it was. It changed. It was a very fluid situation. But you're playing the same teams you played last year. Were you looking forward to playing someone different, or were you okay with, and I know that you probably had to deal with the scheduling, and that's just the way it worked out, but were you hoping to maybe play like the likes of Colorado and Utah?
Well, we play Colorado and Utah because they're in our conference. So we're happy we get to see them play and kind of look forward to what we're facing against in the next few months. But it's always good to play non-conference games, see what's happening in Central, and play some teams that are outside of our comfort zone, pretty much.
You've had just a couple of home games, but again, you're now in the midst of a road trip. When you finally get back home, is it not going to feel like a road trip? Because this almost seems like home being here, right? And then you get back and you're home, and do you feel maybe, and I guess what I'm trying to get at is, do you feel that maybe there's more of a bonding that goes on when you're on a road trip versus being at home?
Absolutely. When you're spending 4 days straight together, hotels, planes, buses, every meal, they bond so much over this, and I'm glad we do have away trips at the beginning of the season, and that way, the more they bond off the ice, it shows on the ice.
What are some of the things, as we're talking with head coach Lindsay Ellis of the Arizona State University Sun Devils, what are some of the things that you want to accomplish? When this season's done, you want to say, okay, we got this done, or we did this.
Yeah, a team goal is to make it to the national tournament. Since we started this program, we said our goal was to make it, short-term goal was to make it to the national tournament by our 4th year, and here we are in our 4th year. So I think a lot of that has to do with playing well against ranked teams and doing well within our own Western Conference. And I think right now one of our goals is to be the top 1 or 2 teams in the WWCHL.
That's obviously got to be a good thing. Now, does your league have auto bid, or?
Yes, it does. So whoever wins our conference tournament gets an automatic bid to the national tournament.
Do you look at it and say, okay, that's what we're going to do, and for all intents and purposes back into it? Or do you look at it and say, no, we're just going to play and we're going to be there in that top 10 if need be to get into nationals?
We'd like to be in the top 10 anyways in the country. I don't want to be ranked 16 or 17 and a fluke win in conference and then play the top teams and get killed at nationals. That's not what we want to do. So, I think, everyone, we want to have good outcomes and not only a good ranking in the West, but a good ranking nationally as well.
Lindsay Ellis is our guest, head coach of Arizona State University. Last season, when you were here at this showcase, the rankings just happened to go out right that weekend of the tournament. Now it's still about a week or so away. A 6-0 start, obviously one of the best. I'm looking down the line. I'm thinking maybe the likes of Midland, and you might want to look at them. But are you thinking maybe in your mind right now a top 5?
Unfortunately, it's a lot of it's based on strength of schedule. So I can't say that we would be in top 5 right now because of that, but it's a whole different team, and I think we can prove a lot of people wrong. So that's why weekends like this, when we get to play out of conference, is so important for everybody in the country to see how we've grown, even in just one summer.
Is there something this season that just floored you? That something that's already happened this season that you didn't expect or didn't think could happen, and besides going 6-0 to start the season?
It's a little bit off the ice, but I think it's just team culture. We've been trying to build a positive team culture since the program started, and this year they are all bought in. They're ready to reach goals and surpass all their goals. So it's just them believing in themselves and wanting to reach all this, supporting each other is really something that we haven't seen 100% in seasons past. So culture, honestly, is the biggest thing we've seen this year.
Mentioned that you've got 3 seniors, and unfortunately Molly Potter is a senior. Aaron Rawls. And who else am I missing? Your goaltender, Jordan Bolden Nash. Players that I know that you've got to see build a good hockey career and just be great out on the ice, and that's going to be kind of a bittersweet thing when they're no longer on the ice.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy to think back to their first year, and we had about 8 players, and Jordan was it. She was the lone goaltender. So, I mean, they've seen every single step of this program, and they've really built it up to what it is now. So, senior night's going to be pretty emotional for all of us with them 3 graduating.
One last question. What do you want people to take away from your hockey program?
I think my players, I want them to, basically have the best 4 years of their life. All of us coaches came from our programs and don't regret anything, and we're able to, basically bring what we learned through hockey into our professional lives. So, I hope they have the best 4 years of their lives at not only ASU but hockey too.
Lindsay Ellis, our guest, head coach of Arizona State University Sun Devils. Lindsay, thanks so much for doing this, and good luck for the tournament.
Thank you.
All right, we'll take a break. Be back. More hockey coming up in a moment. And we actually won't take that break, as that interview ran just a little bit long. We are underway in period number 2, and this time it will be Arizona State skating from the left to the right and Aquinas from the right to the left. And quickly to the far side boards, Arizona State with possession. Working the puck very well is Daniel DuPont. Sends it down in low, gets it to Kat Jones. They work well together, DuPont and Jones, along with Andy Mang. Near side boards. That line is combined for most of the points Arizona State has put on the board this season. No hand pass has been waved off by the referee, Ron Armstrong. Puck to the near side. Working it is Emily Klein. Right side. Dropped down in low after a pass from Northcott. Goes all the way around to the far side. Moved by Opperman, but not able to clear it though. And stays behind the net. 1-0 in favor of Arizona State. 19-12 at the time of the goal. Andy Main, her first, DuPont with the assist. That's where we stand at 18-18 remaining in the second. Puck is bounced underneath the glove of Molly Potter, and it's cleared all the way down to the ASU zone. This is a icing call. So icing will bring it back into the Aquinas end of the ice. The only goal, I mentioned it earlier, Andy Main's goal, and it was just kind of a little fluttering puck that made its way up over the shoulder of Allie Kennedy. 1-0. Full sail line change for Aquinas. They get everybody off and everybody on, but it's Arizona State with possession. Sending it down low is Finn Larson. Stepping in front of her is Gabby Fournier. Fournier's pass still held in. Dropped at the half boards to Larson, and finally it's out to center ice. This game kind of reminiscent of the game in Grand Valley. Opening of the season for Aquinas. They surrendered the winning goal with 1:46 left in the third period. That was a close game. 1-0 was the final there. Meanwhile, at center, trying to work it is Avery Chemlowski. And it's back into the Arizona State zone. Aquinas with a quick change, but they might be caught out of position. A 2-on-1 developing, and it is coming in left side with a shot in. Was Sheridan Gloyd, and it's held on to by Kennedy on the 2-on-1 rush. So Kennedy says enough is enough. And now a shot in, and Kennedy gobbles that one up. Carly Chadwick was waiting for any kind of rebound after getting the initial shot. And Kennedy is able to stop that one. So we'll face off again. Zimmerman against Reese, and Zimmerman wins, but it's out to center. And here was going to be a good opportunity for Avery Martin, but it was broken up just at the last moment. Cleared by Aquinas. Down the line in front of their own bench by Morgan Kozar. Full sail line change. And Aquinas with some fresh skates out. The Saints dumped was Vitus and intercepted. Arizona State trying to get something going here. Chadwick up top goes to Zimmerman. It is out to center and cleared back into the Aquinas zone. Taken by Fournier. We get a whistle for a stoppage in play. We're going to get a penalty. A delayed call was upcoming. It is a tripping call, and it will go against Elisa Busar. So power play number 2 for the Sun Devils. Here in the second period, Arizona State 2 for 12, 16.7%. On the penalty kill, Lisa Brown Miller's Saints are 2 for 8, 75%. But they trail 1-0 right now. Near side boards, great behind the back pass by Gloyd. Drops it down in low, working for Jones. Jones low along the goal line. They get it up top. It'll go to McGee. Shot in, missed wide behind the net. Near side. Protecting the puck is Jones. 5 goals and 1 assist for her. She does have a power play goal. She's one of 2 players that have power play goals for the Sun Devils. Shot goes to the near side. And it's not cleared. Held in by Gloyd. That shot is steered away by Kennedy. Still a fight for it. It's behind the net. With her back to it is Bartles. Intercepted though. Taken away by DuPont out of Oklahoma City. Left side. Shot in, and we're going to get the puck played with a high stick, and it's touched by Aquinas, so play continues. 47 seconds remaining in the power play. Puck is swiped out and cleared by Bartles all the way down. Puck across the line into the Aquinas zone. Shot in, and a big save there as Abby McGee gets that one, but it is held on to by Allie Kennedy. Kennedy's record is 80 saves against Adrian College back on December 2nd of 2017 in a 14-0 loss. But she has saved 79 before, and that was in a 5-0 loss to Miami of Ohio, October 5th, 2018. Good play to hold the puck on the line by Finn Larson. Larson double teams. Now a shot in, save Kennedy. That one off the stick of Potter. Steered and hits a bad area on the boards, and it was going to get cleared, and then it just started trickling towards the goaltender. And Kennedy is able to hold on to it. She looked to her right side and then all of a sudden realized it wasn't there. And got the pad down in time. Power play has expired. And coming out of the box, nice play to steal it, was DuPont. And now it's sent back to the Aquinas end. DuPont is there along with Northcutt. Northcutt still trying to work the puck from Prince Rupert, British Columbia. 3 goals and 1 assist for Taylor. We come the other way. Here is Bartles to the left side. A shot by Reese is steered aside after it hits a leg. Line change for Aquinas continues, and now the puck is sent all the way down. This should be an icing call, and it is with 13 minutes. Actually happened at 13:01, but they ticked an extra second off. Goes back into the Arizona State end of the ice. And just a 1-0 lead, 19-12 of the first period. Andy Mean, her first of the season. DuPont gets the assist. And that's it for scoring. And we're in period number 2, 12:54 to go. Steve Casson, Brendan Coker, thanks for joining us here on Web Sports Radio. We'll have tomorrow's game with Arizona State for you. And McKendree, the final game of the night right here. Apologize, we can't do all of them. I'm short-handed. It's just me and my cameraman. And it's just too much to do 3 games. Or 9 total in that respect. But let us know earlier next year and we'll get you on the schedule. Puck's in all the way in. We're going to get an icing call. 12:09 remains. Face-off comes back into the Aquinas end of the ice. Coming in to take the draw is Aubrey Beskid, and she does win it. Goes to the near side. For the Sun Devils is Aaron Rawls. Sends it behind the net. Working it is Boussard. Up the middle, good play as Fournier plays the D and swipes it away from the crease. Right in front, tipped, save, rebound, loose. And another opportunity right in front for Rawls is deflected, and we come out to center ice. Trying to move it in is McGee. And now taken and shot high up over the net by Beskid, the junior. She's the only junior on Arizona State. The Sun Devils have 9 freshmen, 9 sophomore, the 1 junior, and 3 seniors. That makes up 22 players on their roster. Now we get a whistle for a hand pass. So with that stoppage in play, that allows for line changes for both teams. Shots 23-2 in favor of Arizona State. Coming up at the second period intermission, an interview with Lisa Brown-Miller, head coach of Aquinas. Second head coach in the history of the club, her first year. Puck is now, after the save by Kennedy, shot right back in, and she'll have to make another save. 10:44 to go in the period. Good crowd here on hand to see these two teams play. Draw one and taken by Kozar. It's behind the net though. Aquinas still trying to move it. 10:33 to go in a 1-0 game for Arizona State. Sun Devils, as an opportunity breaks right through the crease by Rawls, or make that Cat Jones 11. And it's sent in on net as we go the other way, where it's held on to by Nash Bolden. That is shot 3 on Nash Bolden. We came into this period at 17-2. It's now 24-3. Puck moved behind the net with 10:09 to go in the period. Through the left face-off dot, trying to work it is McGuire. Score! And it may have been followed up on a tip, but we're tied at 1 apiece. So the Saints don't go away, and they find themselves still in this hockey game. We'll see if we can take a look at how this materialized. That's the tail end of it, and we'll see if we can give you a little bit more of what happened there. But we'll get the call from Kevin Thurl, the public address announcer, here in just a moment. But it is a 1-1 contest here between Arizona State and Aquinas halfway through this hockey game with just 5 shots registered by Aquinas.
Aquinas Saints goal scored by number 4, Michaela Opperman. Assisted by number 12, Maria McKendree. Time of the goal at 10:05 of the second period. Scored by number 4, assisted by number 12.
So Opperman gets her first goal of the season. And it's a 1-1 contest. And Lindsay Ellis's club, who has seen big wins in their recent games, has allowed their average 1 goal a game. Opperman gets it. Let's see if we can take a look at that now. As there's the first shot, and Opperman gets it off the mask, it looks like, of Nash Bolden. So it's a 1-1 contest. .8:28 to go. Rawls had it knocked away. Now a shot through the crease by Northcutt goes wide, and it's out to center. Getting back on side are the Sun Devils. A shot comes in off the stick of McGee, and it's held on to by Kennedy. Abby McGee averaging .83 points per game. She's scored in 4 of the last 6 games. She right now has a 2-game scoring streak with 2 goals in the past 2 games versus Grand Canyon. Off the draw. Oh! Gabby Fournier won the draw, and she sent it right through the crease herself. Instead of behind the net, it went right through the crease. Luckily, Kennedy was looking for that. 7:46 to go in the period. Puck out to center. Andy Main has a goal in this contest. Main through some traffic, broken up, stays up high. Shot in, saved by Kennedy. She looked around, nobody there, as McGee got that one up high. 7:32 remaining in the period. And a 1-1 contest. Main with the first goal I mentioned. That one up over Kennedy's shoulder. And then Opperman, and almost the exact same play, and that may have gone off either the mask or the post in end. One of the two. Those are the only 2 goals in this contest. We're back to live action. Puck out to center. Grabbed at the line and sent all the way down by DuPont. Arizona State 6-0 as Kennedy makes a stop on the puck, trickling to her. And Aquinas 1-2 this season. Mentioned streaks. McGee has a 2-game point streak. So does Emily Klein. And that's it. Everybody else at one point who had point scoring streaks have had them stopped. DuPont had 4-game scoring streak. Northcutt had 4-game. Cat Jones had 3. Maine had a 3-game point scoring streak. And actually, Amy Gullickson has 2-point scoring streak. Meanwhile, coming in with a backhander is DuPont. And a big save there by Kennedy. Mentioned she's seen a lot of rubber. 177 shots in 4 games. Now walking in, and a good opportunity again by DuPont is stopped by Kennedy. And let me do my numbers again. Actually, it's 97. I think I said 100. So it's 97 saves in 3 games for Kennedy. I was giving Nash Bolden stats, which in 4 games is 177 shots. Puck tipped out to center by Kozar. 6:08 to go in the period. Coming up, head coach of Aquinas and Lisa Brown Miller, U.S. Olympian. 92 goals, 154 points she had in the U.S. Women's Olympic Hockey Program. Was an MVP in 92 and also voted the assistant captain from 92 to 97. 5:37 to go in the period. Here is Vitus. She'll send it in. Four goals in an 8-0 win over Concordia back on September 28th. Career high for her on that. That's 4 of 14 lifetimes she scored with the club. Play in front of the Aquinas bench with 5:06 to go. Shot from the left side, sails wide by Gloyd. Now to Steinman. Out to center and all the way down. This should be an icing call. And it is. Icing with 4:43 to go in the period. Face off in the Aquinas zone to the left of Kennedy. Junior out of Ypsilanti, Michigan. Now here's Chadwick, and we're going to get a penalty. With a crease violation. It's not a penalty, it's just a crease violation. So face off will come outside the zone on that crease violation. It'll be to the face-off dot just outside the zone in front of the Arizona State bench. Quickly snapped at, stays up high. Cat Jones is there. The captain shoots, missing wide. 4:19 to go. Far side boards. Looking to clear it was Tori Fedema, not able to do it. Spinning shot in, save. Jones on that one. We come the other way, and no, it's held in. Fedema had it taken away from her, and as it's sent in by Northcutt, it's held onto by the only goaltender for the Aquinas College Saints, and Allie Kennedy. .355 to go in the second period. Shots 29-5 We came in at 17-2, but it's a 1-1 contest. Far side, left face-off circle. Working it is the captain, Jones. Now a shot that comes in front, score! It went off the back of Andy Main and put home by DuPont, and it is a 2-1 lead once again for the visitors in this case, and it's Arizona State University. We'll see if we can get a look at this entire sequence, but it was kind of a tough situation because it went off of the back of...
No goal due to the hand pass.
Oh, so they do say that, and that's what I thought. That's originally what I thought, was that there might have been the possibility of a hand pass, and we'll see if we can look at it again. We'll go ahead and take it off the scoreboard here. But at the next stoppage in play, we'll see. It did definitely go off the back of Maine. So we're still tied at 1 with 3:08 to go. Play at the line. Sent down in low. Working it is Jones. Couldn't get it around Bartels. Or actually that's Reese, number 6. Now it's Jones again. Along the goal line. Walks out in front. It's loose and a good clear. Bartels is able to clear it right through the crease. And now we get it chased all the way down. No icing in the Arizona State zone. 2:21 remaining. Full sail change for Aquinas. 1-1 game. Only goals, Andy Main for Arizona State are first. And for Aquinas, it is Michaela Opperman. $1:57 to go. So Aquinas hanging tough. Play back of the Aquinas net. Stopped there by Kennedy. Loose. And a fight for it. It goes right through the crease on a good wraparound in front. Muscling her way through is Carly Chadwick. And we come out with Aquinas having a rush on the right side. Opperman, or make that Tori Fedema, number 14, with a good opportunity there. With less than a minute to go in the period. Line change for Arizona State. Aquinas makes their quick change of at least 2 players. And now with 40 seconds, here is a rush. Andy Main breaks free. In front, she shoots, and a big save there by Kennedy. May have got a blocker on it and pushed her wide. And 27 seconds left. Huge play there by the goaltender Kennedy to keep it a 1-0 contest. But now they score. 15.2 seconds left, and it is officially a 2-1 contest. So Arizona State on the wraparound in front will take a 2-1 lead. This goal will come once again late at 19:45. And we'll catch the call from public address announcer Kevin Thurl on this one. As the buzzer sounds.
At the end there, an Arizona State Sun Devil goal scored unassisted on the play by number 3, Taylor Northcott. Time of the goal at 19:45 of the second period, scored unassisted by number 3. And at the end of the second period, it's the Arizona State Sun Devils leading the Aquinas Saints by a score of 2-1. Shots at the end of the second period, 32-5 in favor of Arizona State.
So as Kevin said there, 32-5. What that means is 18 shots on Allie Kennedy for a two-period total of 32, and 3 on Jordan Nash Bolden for a two-period total of 5. A lot of goals to go back over, or a lot of incidents to go back over, that is. And we will do that in a moment, but we're going to get to the interview with Lisa Brown Miller. It's a long one. We'll talk to her in just a second.
This is Barrel Bob, MoDOT's Work Zone spokesbarrel. You'll be seeing more of me as the weather warms up. Crews will be working on our roads. That means lanes will be closed for construction and maintenance work on our highways. As you approach a work zone, please don't drive distracted. You need to pay attention. I want you and my friends working on the roads to all get home safely. Remember, buckle up and put down your phone. A message from the Missouri Department of Transportation.
Back at Jordan Valley Ice Park, Steve Casson now talking with the newest coach of the Aquinas College Saints and Lisa Brown Miller, and I guess we could call you USA Hockey Gold Medalist. I know you've had a lot of tags on to your name over the years, but 92 goals, 62 assists, 154 career points as now the second head of the Saints women's hockey program. Let's throw all that out the window, other than to say that they hired a good coach. She knows what she's talking about, obviously. What are your goals for this hockey club?
That's actually a really good question. And I posed that to the interview team at Aquinas and said, you know what are you expecting from me? Because I'm coming into a program that we don't have a lot of numbers right now, and they didn't have a real successful season in regards to wins and losses last year. And what they are wanting is to see the climate and culture of this team to sort of flip around and have these players excited about coming to the rink every day and playing. So that's first and foremost is this team right now and what they have to offer to the program, and for me to figure out what skill set each player brings to the team, to work with that, to find a chemistry that supports the goals that we have as a team, to always be competitive and to play with passion and confidence and integrity and self-control, all these positive things that you can learn from being in sport.
Well, one of the things that they can take from you is you were the assistant captain from 92 to 97 on the Olympic team, and to be voted as an assistant captain obviously means you command some kind of respect and some kind of authority, at least in the eyes of the coaches at that point. So now you're here and you've kind of went to the organization and kind of, I guess, outlined a plan on what you want to do. But this is a hockey club that, I hate to say it, but really their only wins have come against Concordia, and that's got to, and maybe a couple of D2 teams, but you kind of have to look at that and say, okay, that's a start, and that's where we can improve on and go from there. But you look at what this team has been able to do. I mean, they had a 1-0 loss to Grand Valley, and that was tough because a minute 46 left in the third period, and all things going well, and it's opening night and all that kind of stuff. But that probably showed you at least what the makeup of your team was at that moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've been working really, really hard on systems, and I'm starting from a clean slate. They're starting from a clean slate, and I told them, whatever's happened in the past is the past, and we are going to build this program on systems that are in every zone on the ice, and knowing what to do when you have the puck, when you don't have the puck, when you're in a face-off, when you're on a power play, when you're penalty killing. So we really break the game down so that they understand where they're supposed to be, when, where, and why. The Grand Valley game, yeah, we lost 1-0 with a very small amount left in the game, but I'll tell you what, they played really well. They played their hearts out. Things like in-zone defense and face-offs, like little things that matter, they were in the right place at the right time. And that in itself was a huge morale victory for us because, like I said, I'm not looking too much at what happened in the past, but I did kind of get a little history, okay, what have they done against Grand Valley before? 10-0, 8-0, 9-0, 7-1, blowouts. So for us to play that game 0-0 and to only lose 1-0 was really, really big for this program, and the girls felt super confident after playing. Our goalie had said after the whole weekend, she's like, this is the most fun I've had playing hockey at Aquinas College.
And that's the one point, too, is you only have one goalie, Allie Kennedy.
Yep. Right.
And so she knows she's in every game. It doesn't matter. But for her to say that, knowing what she's gone through the past couple of seasons, to say that, hey, this is fun, does that kind of make you smile inside a little bit? Like you're kind of reaching to these players now that it doesn't have to be work. It can be fun and work.
Yeah, and they show up each day ready to work really hard, and seeing the benefits of all that work that they're putting in every day, of course, yeah, they're going to be happy to see that, okay, this works. And so they're buying into the systems that we're putting forth to them, buying into it, they're doing it, they're seeing the results of that hard work, and they're excited. They're excited about this team, and they know this year is, we're not talking wins and losses at all this year. We're not focusing on that. We're focusing on building a solid foundation with this program, with the players that we have here, building it up this year.
They talk about the whole one step at a time, and I've even talked to certain players and have said, okay, what is your goal? Even coaches, what is your goal? And a lot of them say, well, I want to make it to the Nationals. But a lot of them say, no, we're thinking about what we're doing every moment that we have the puck, every shift, every check, well, I can't check in the women's league, but, everything that we do leads up to that moment, our practices, all that kind of stuff. So there's different philosophies, and when you talk about systems, I know do you find that even though people talk about the word systems, it's very foreign to people, that they really don't get what that really means?
That would depend on who you're talking to. I think.
I'm talking about players. I'm talking about some players. They understand. Oh, we got to work in the right system, but I guess they sometimes don't understand what that really means and how, for instance, you want it to go. They might think that, okay, we're doing a 2-on-1 drill, that's our system. Well, no, there's other things involved. And
I think in the past they have had systems taught to them. I just don't know how in depth they would go with the systems. So, I might make a slot of time during practice where, for 20 minutes, all we're doing is in-zone defense. And when you only have 13 players on the ice, you've got to be careful about your time and burning players out. So we stop and we talk and we direct and we explain to the players why they're doing what they're doing, and they'll ask questions back. So there's a back and forth, like a collaboration between the players and the coaches. So it helps when players understand why they're doing what they're doing, rather than being a coach who's just telling players what to do. So that's how I'm trying to approach it, is more of a collaborative effort. They're involved. So even when we set our team goals for the season, I threw it out to them and said, this is your season. I can spit out the goals I think you should have, but I don't think that's the right way to do it. I think you should take some ownership and accountability for what you would like to accomplish this year. So what is it? And that's what it happens on the ice as well. So I provide them the structure, I provide them the guidance, and they're welcome to ask questions as to why or where they should be. But as long as right now they have something to work with. So I think they're thrilled about that. We've got, on defense, we've got a couple different systems we can do on defense. We've got a couple on offense, so we're trying to build up our toolbox so that no matter who we're playing, we're ready to play them.
Lisa Brown-Miller is joining us, the second head coach in the history of the Aquinas College Saints. 1-2 on the season, so you get that first win, and I know you were talking about wins don't mean anything at this point. It's the structure that counts, but you got that first win. That's always a good thing to kind of get that, at least so you don't have to worry about that anymore. You've got that.
Yeah, and it's not. Of course, getting a win, we're going to be happy about that, but we're not like that's not one of our team goals to say we're going to get X amount of wins, or we're focusing on showing up every game and being aware and being mindful of where you are on the ice and be mindful of your teammates and being a good passer and a good receiver and doing the small things right. And when you do the small things right, the whole picture, the big picture, comes together. So we have to focus on that to begin with.
You mentioned a small team, 13 players, but it's kind of a good structure. You have 2 freshmen, 2 sophomores, 6 juniors, and 3 seniors. So, you're probably going to lose 3 players next year, but I'm sure the recruiting trail, you're hot and heavy on that right now.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So my first focus is on the existing team and, like I said, creating a climate and culture where it's positive and they want to show up at the rink and, they're seeing the fruits of their labor, which they are. We haven't played a lot of games yet. We had a couple canceled, which was a bummer. We did scrimmage some teams, but they're ready to play and they're excited. They're excited about the season, and of course it feels good to get that first win. But we set goals before the game. 2, maybe 3 goals that we focus on, and that's what we want to come away from the game and say, okay, did we accomplish these things? And if we didn't, what do we need to do at our next practice to make sure that the next time we play, we can accomplish that?
I mentioned your seniors, and they happen to be all defensemen, too, which is kind of tough.
Actually, one is up on forward right now. So it was funny because when I had my first team meeting, I had asked the players to raise their hand who plays defense, and probably 75% of the team raised their hand. I said, well, that's not how it's going to be. So
defense, the old saying, defense wins championships, but you got to have some offense too.
Well, sure, right. So I didn't even put my team into lines until it probably took me 2 weeks before I could figure out who I wanted to play where. Just seeing what skill set each player had to bring to the team, and so 2 of my seniors are on defense. One is playing forward, and the one who's playing forward is awesome because she'll play anywhere. And if I tell her she's going to play left wing, she'll play left wing. Play center, she can play center. Play right wing, she can play defense too. So it's awesome that she's kind of this player who's really versatile.
I'm going to guess and say it's Ashley Reese. She has 5 goals, 2 assists in her 2 seasons with Aquinas. Came over from Davenport, I believe.
She did, not who I'm talking about. Okay. I'm talking about Maria McGuire.
Okay.
But Ashley's been awesome as well. She's one of those players who she can play defense, she can play offense, and she had a small injury a couple weeks ago, and the trainers had told her, kind of go light during practice and take it easy, and it's either she goes or she doesn't. So it's really fun to watch her play, and she works hard. If you meet her off the ice, I kind of joked with my assistant coach that her personality off the ice does not match her personality on the ice. She's tenacious and she's feisty, and she gives it everything she has.
She's averaging about 3 goals a season. She has 7 goals and 14 assists career-wise for the club. So she's doing what she needs to do. We are talking with Lisa Brown-Miller, the head coach for the Aquinas College Saints, second coach in the history of this team, which is really in its infancy, not really established like other hockey teams are. There's some that have been out there for a few years, but you're relatively new. Do you find that hockey's catching on, at least women's hockey is catching on?
At Aquinas College?
At Aquinas College, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're super excited about having it. The school itself is incredibly supportive. They refer to it as a Division I varsity ACHA team. There's no out-of-pocket cost for the players. We've got a beautiful locker room at our rink. All the equipment and even off-ice gear is provided. Ice times are paid for. So it's awesome. So these girls can come in and not worry about the financial piece of it and just play hockey.
I'll tell you what, when I was playing hockey, if somebody told me that everything was paid for, I would go there. It didn't matter what school it is. I would be there.
Yeah, I imagine it will be a big selling point.
Yeah, that's the one thing. Hockey is so expensive, and as a goaltender myself, it was so difficult. Do I eat or do I buy some goalie pads? and I'm talking about not eating for a couple of months.
Yeah.
It's tough.
Yeah,
it's got to be tough.
Yeah, it is. But I'm appreciative of Aquinas and what support they are offering the women's program. And I told them when I walked into it, I said, I will not take on a situation where there's not equity between the men's and women's programs, and it's been equal across the board.
Well, that's always got to be a good thing, especially when it's a new hockey program there too. And generally men get most of the frivolity. Everyone flocks to that, but still, there's good women's hockey out there.
Oh, absolutely, for sure. I mean, obviously, I played it.
Yeah,
I've seen it.
Exactly. One of the things, as we're talking to Lisa Brown-Miller, she was on the U.S. Olympic team for 10 years, an assistant captain from 92 to 97. You were voted the team MVP in 92, and also a member of the U.S. Hockey Hall of Fame. But yeah, talking about when you played it, that's the thing. Back then, I'll be honest, I loved watching women's hockey more than I loved watching the men's hockey, because honestly, the women's hockey, to me, felt more true. Like, you were out there playing it because of the love of the sport. Not saying that the men didn't, but I'm not saying that the men didn't, but there was just a difference in the men's game at that point versus the women's game. And it was just so much more exciting and fun. Well, wanted to see if we could finish that interview, but we can't because Arizona State has just scored. Early on here in the third period, they take a 3-1 lead, and we'll catch up with this goal. This one coming very early, just 40 seconds into the period. And it is 3-1 in favor of Arizona State. And we'll see if we can catch just how this one started. We'll take a look at it now. Well, that's the tail end of it. So we'll hear from Kevin Thurl, and we'll get it all set up for you again on just how this one happened. While we were listening to Lisa Brown-Miller, didn't want to stop her from talking, but we get another goal. And now all of a sudden, Arizona State is piling it on. This is goal number 4. So a lot of goals to catch up with. This one, see if we can show this one to you. And we'll catch the call from Kevin. Let's take a look at this one and see how this one happened. Just a good second effort shot. We'll catch these calls. And now, big save there by Kennedy. And it's cleared out to center, and it is a 4-1 game.
Arizona State goals. The first goal scored by number 19, Danielle DuPont. Assisted by number 11, Kat Jones. Time of the goal at the 42nd mark of the third period. Scored by number 19, assisted by number 11. On the second goal, scored by number 11, Kat Jones. Assisted by number 6, Sheridan Gloyd. Time of the goal at the 1 minute mark of the third period. Scored by number 11, assisted by number 6.
So that catches up everything for you as far as this period goes. 20 seconds later, another goal. DuPont and Jones. And it is a 4-1 lead. For DuPont, that is her 8th goal of the season. Jones picks up goal number 6. And now a big cushion for Lindsay Ellis' squad. Now coming in and getting knocked down and able to get a pass over was Vitus to Opperman, who wasn't able to put good wood on it. Swinging it around is McGuire. Shot off the side of the net. And it will go to Gullickson, who will send it out. 35-5 are the shots. So there have been 3 shots in this period, 2 have gone in. Line change for Aquinas, who coming into this period had a 1-1 game as the puck gets flipped up and out of play. Let's see if we can take a look at DuPont's goal. This is her goal through a scramble, and she's able to net it in. And then Jones to make it 4-1. We'll see if we can also get you a better replay on the DuPont goal. But a 4-1 lead for Arizona State. .16 to go in the period. Rushing in is Gloyd. She got an assist on Jones' 6th. That at the 1-minute mark of the 3rd. Puck at the line is chipped into the Sun Devil zone, but regrouped and taken by Gloyd. Sent down in, left side, Rabick with it. Broken up the middle and rushed out to center. And we get a whistle for a penalty. This is an interference call. And it will go, I believe, against Arizona State. And it is Gloyd who will be sent to the penalty box. So the Saints will go on their second power play. Each team with 2 opportunities, although this is the second for the Saints. No team has scored a power play goal yet. Off the draw, puck is won and held in by Aquinas. Shot hits the back skate of the defender in front. That was Molly Potter, and it's cleared all the way down to the Aquinas end. 1:38 to go on the power play. Steve Casson along with Brendan Coker. Thanks for tuning in. We'll have tomorrow's game with Arizona State and McKendree for you at 6:45. Across the line, working it into the zone is Alyssa Buzar, sophomore from Roseville, Michigan. Puck squirts free, and a drive from the right side by McGuire is gobbled up by Nash Bolden. 14:44 remaining in the 3rd period. What was a 1-1 contest going into the 3rd. Well, I take it back. It was a 2-1 contest. Forgot about that late goal at 19:45 by Northcutt. So what was a close 2-1 game has now turned into a 4-1 contest for Arizona State. Cleared to the line and shot all the way down by Benson. Returned the other way by the assistant captain Bartles. Maybe Bartels. Still working it with 26 seconds are the Saints, and a drive in up into the shoulder area as Vitus gets that one. Nash Bolden is able to hold on. 14:02 to go in the period. Goals in this period. Here's the one by DuPont. That's a nice one that slipped in on the left side. And then Jones puts in a second effort rebound, that is. And those are the two goals here in the third period. As we're back to live action, coming across the line is Buzar. It's held at the top of the left faceoff dot and goes past Fournier and out to center ice. Power play is over. Play at center and moved all the way down into the Arizona State zone. Line change for the Saints. Aquinas gets at least 2 fresh skates on the ice. 14 to go in the period. Puck flipped up and out of play. Well, for folks watching in Arizona, it's not quite midnight yet, but it is here. Central Time, 12:07. It just clicked. And for those of you watching live, technically we're going to be playing 2 games in one day, right? And for those of you that are watching this at a later date, thanks for tuning in. Far side boards after the faceoff. Avery Martin is there. Flips it at the line, but it's still able to be held in, that is. Now a good play by Martin as she runs over Benson of ASU. Now walking in with authority and scoring from low along the goal line. Able to move in is Taylor Northcutt with another goal to make it a 5-1 lead, and she had all sorts of room to walk in down low. Nothing you can do with that one. I mean, there was just a lot of room there. And we'll catch the call from Kevin Thurrow. But a 5-1 advantage for the visitors here in the third period. And Northcutt will get goal number 5.
Arizona State goal, her second of the game, scored by number 3, Taylor Northcutt. Time of the goal at 7:15 of the third period, scored unassisted on the play by number 3.
So here's a look at that goal as she just walks in and is able to slam it home. We'll get a better view of that one for you. But Northcutt with her second. And now as the puck comes into the Aquinas zone, it's held on to by Kennedy. .12:10 to go in the period and a 5-1 lead. See if we can get a better look at that goal. Nice walk in and sliding it past Kennedy. For Northcutt's second as we go back to live action. Here come the Saints. Left side shot in, and it's behind Nash Bolden and still loose, and it's moved into the corner. Vitus got the shot, and Nash Bolden had it just trickle past her pads, and it didn't go in because it hit the goalpost. Arizona State with Beskid shooting it in and chasing it herself. .13 to go. The next stoppage of play, if it's a long one, we'll go through some of the highlights I wanted to get to from the second period also. Aquinas with a full sail change, 11 minutes to go in the period. Oh, not able to see it was McGee. She kicked it ahead right out in front with a shot by Buzar. And now we're going to get a penalty. It's a tripping call. It's touched by Arizona State, but the trip will be assessed. Oh, they're going to call interference. So this is power play number 3 for the Saints, as Beskid will go. Interference call will give the power play to the Saints. They are 10%, 1 for 10 on the power play is Aquinas. Puck swung all the way down in low, near sideboards. Chasing it was Fedema, and it is notched out to center ice, where Jones will wade back. Sends it over to the far side, and it's returned all the way into the Aquinas zone once again.
24, Aubrey Beskid. 2 minutes for interference at 9:16 of the third period.
That's the call on her. Carrying the puck in is Vitus, a junior from Bloomfield Hills, Michigan. Now with authority, slammed all the way down and out by McGee. Speaking of Northcutt, she scored the game winner at 2:18 of the first period, and that's all that Arizona State needed to beat Denver 4-0 on September 28th. Here's McGee, lost it. Good play by Morgette with a shot up high and a blocker save by Nash Bolden. Now, as two players were fighting for it, it's kicked out to center, and here comes Finn Larson. She's double-teamed with 28 seconds to go in the power play. In the Aquinas zone, still a battle for it there. Still fighting to kick it free. And a lead pass that did not connect to McGuire. Makes its way back into the Arizona State zone, that is. With the power play just expiring seconds before the icing call. So we'll bring it back. Let's see if we can get to a couple things I wanted to get to. Here is that no goal call. The one that was denied. There is where the officials thought it was a hand pass. And then this in the second period was a great save at the time by Kennedy. We go back to live action. Let's take a look at Northcutt's goal. That's the wraparound. That was her first goal. This is DuPont with a second effort shot. And Jones here on another second effort shot. And then Northcutt coming and walking the line and getting it past the sprawling Kennedy. And we've caught up on everything that happened in the second and here in the third. Maine, Northcutt with 2, DuPont and Jones are the goal scorers for ASU, and Opperman for Aquinas. Just the 9th goal that Aquinas has scored. Here they come again with a drive and a save as Opperman got another opportunity on the 2-on-1 rush that Nash Bolden is able to hold on to. 37-9 to the shots. We came in at 32-5. Power plays, each team is 0 for. The Saints are 0 for 3. The Sun Devils are 0 for 2. And Nash Bolden once again has to make a save. (5-1) in favor of Arizona State. Here in the third with 7:49 to go. If you're watching and you want to come down tomorrow, 1 o'clock Central Time, actually 1:30ish by the time they get the game going, Utah and Concordia, 4:30ish Aquinas and Colorado, and then Arizona State and McKendree. We'll have that game for you right here on Web Sports Radio. That will be taking place about, they call it at 6:45. By the time everything gets done, I would say probably 7:15. By the time we get that game going. And then on Sunday, early starts. 7:30 Aquinas in Utah, 10 a.m. McKendree in Colorado. Again, this is all Central Time, so check your local listings. And then at about 1:30, Concordia and Arizona State. The final game of this showcase. .642 remains in the period. We get a line change and we get some bodies mixing it up at center ice. And a puck that is bouncing like a pinball. Shot is blocked. Now a backhander in front and a save as that one by Northcutt again looking for the hat trick is held on to by Kennedy. Arizona State continues their road trip. Coming up November 8th, they'll be at Patterson Arena, Davenport University, and then the 9th to play Adrian College in Adrian, Michigan, and then the 10th, University of Michigan at Yost Arena in Ann Arbor. We're going to get a penalty here. It's a tripping call, and this one goes against Aquinas. Goaltender Bolden is coming out, Nash Bolden, and now we get the whistle for the stoppage in play. This one is a trip going straight to the box. Opperman. And now the Sun Devils on power play number 3. So 3 penalties, 6 minutes each to each team. That includes too many players on the ice for the Saints. That was their first penalty early on in the first period. In fact, the Saints have had a penalty in each period. 1, 2, and 3. So now with the clock ticking, 1:53 remaining in the power play for the Sun Devils. It's Abby McGee, defenseman, back in her own zone to set things up. Off the boards to DuPont. Tipped away from her, but it stays in the Aquinas zone. DuPont has a goal and an assist in tonight's game, her 8th of the season on the goal. The assist is her 4th. Puck cleared back down with 5:11 to go. Racing through is DuPont. Can't steal it, but she has some help from Gullickson. And the attempted clear by McGuire is held in. Now a swipe over to Martin. Taken away from her, but it's Avery Martin to clear it. And now with 33 seconds remaining and a 5-1 lead for Arizona State. Looking to go 7-0 on the season, their best start ever. Blast in, huge blast there by Kat Jones, steered aside by Kennedy. 19 seconds remaining. And the puck is cleared all the way down for the goaltender, Nash Bolden, to quarterback things up to Potter out of Woodbury, Minnesota, the senior. One of 3 seniors for the Arizona State Sun Devils. Now we're at full strength. Power play is over, but Arizona State working it like it's a power play. Dropped in low. Trying to get to it was Potter. Sends it to the near side. And through the crease off of the stick of Potter. She'll have to chase all the way down, but racing hard is Fedema to try to make Potter make a move, as she does. Near side boards. Meanwhile, line change for Aquinas. Puck held in. Sent down in low. Fedema's there from Grand Rapids, Minnesota, or Michigan, that is, the junior. And then as it comes to the right side, Busar gets a shot, and it's held on to by Nash Bolden with 3:07 to go in the period. And a 5-1 lead. Maine, Northcutt 2, DuPont and Jones, and then Opperman for Aquinas. At that point, it was a 1-1 hockey game in the first period. And Aquinas only had 5 shots on goal, and they were tied. Left side, working it is a shot that tips in front. The initial shot came from Fournier, and it may have been tipped by Vitus. I'm not sure. We'll have to wait and see, but it's now 5-2. So we'll take a look on replay again and see just kind of how this one materialized. We'll catch the call from Kevin Thurrow. But it was definitely a goal that was tipped in. And we'll probably have to slow this one down. See if we can get a good look at it. We'll wait till the next stoppage and play.
Aquinas Saints goal scored by number 21, Natalie Vitus. Assisted by number 19, Alyssa Buzar. Time of the goal at 17:10 of the third period. Scored by number 21, assisted by number 19.
So Vitus' goal is her 5th of the season. Busar gets the 4th of her season, and it's 5-2 now. You get another one, and this is pretty, well, you still have a minute 44 left, so not enough time, maybe, but Aquinas is really pushing the envelope now. 1:33 to go. Shot in, sails wide. Coming off the stick of McGuire. Another opportunity is taken away. Benson, left side. Had some help from Andy Main, and it is comes in, shot, goal. Morgan Kozar gets the goal. It went off of the glove of Nash Bolden. And it's 5-3. There's 1:06 left. Second straight goal by Aquinas. This one coming at 18:54. So Kozar gets her first of the season, and we'll catch the assist. Let's see if we can get a look at some of these. Let's catch the call.
Scored by number 17, Morgan Kozar. Time of the goal at 18:54 of the third period, scored unassisted by number 17. Last minute of play in this period.
So it is an unassisted goal. And we'll see if we have it. I believe this is the Vitus goal here. That's the one that was tipped. And then let's see if we do have the Kozar goal. I believe this is it here. That's it there. So we go back to live action. So 5-3, and there is 2 minutes up on the board against the Sun Devils. So it's power play number 4 for the Saints. As going into the penalty box is Chadwick. And look out here, you get another quick goal, and things are going to change. Puck is cleared out to center, and Aquinas gets everybody back on side. Sliding over was Morget with 36 seconds to go. And taking it into her own hands is Kat Jones.
Carly Chadwick. 2 minutes for roughing at 19:06 of the third period. A 2-minute minor for roughing.
That's the call there, with just 20 seconds left in this contest. And it's swiped in low, where it's gobbled up with 8 seconds to go. Face off in the Arizona State zone, and off the draw it's won quickly with 5 seconds, sent over to the far side. Kozar's there behind the net, and that'll do it for the third period. Shots on goal in the third period. Jordan Nash Bolden faces 8 for a 3-period total of 13. And just 6 on Allie Kennedy for a 3-period total of 38. Power plays, each team were 0 for. The Sun Devils were 0 for 3. The Saints were 0 for 4. Andy Mean starts the scoring at 19:12. DuPont with the assist. That's the one that went up over the shoulder of Kennedy. Then Opperman, her first for Aquinas at 10:05 to make it a 1-1 contest. Northcutt with her fourth at 19:45, and as the period comes to a close, it's 2-1 in favor of Arizona State. DuPont gets into the scoring, her 8th, 40 seconds into the third period. Jones with the assist, 3-1. And then Northcutt makes it a, let's see here, Jones made it 4-1. And then it was Northcutt to make it 5-1, as she just trickled it up over the pad of Kennedy. Vitus with her goal, her 5th on the tip in. Busar with the assist, it's 5-2. And then the final goal, Kozar at 18:54. And that's where things end up with a final score of 5-3. So Allie Kennedy takes the loss for Aquinas. Kennedy in 4 games is 1-3 on the season, and Jordan Nash Bolden gets the win. She is undefeated right now, 5-0 this season, and she grabs the victory in the 5-3 win. And that'll do it here from Jordan Valley Ice Park, as the victory goes to Arizona State University. They stay undefeated at 7-0 with a 5-3 win over Aquinas College. Our next broadcast, Arizona State and McKendree University, about 7:15-ish or so tomorrow. We hope you'll tune in for that. I'm Steve Casson for Brendan Coker. Thanks so much for tuning in, and good night, everyone. And live from Jordan Valley Ice Park in Springfield, Missouri, it is ACHA Division I Women's Hockey, the Missouri Showcase Game 2. This one features Arizona State versus McKendree. Hello, everybody. Steve Casson along with Brendan Coker on camera as this showcase has seen a lot of one-sidedness. McKendree with a 6-0 win over Utah on Friday. Colorado 5-0 over Concordia. A game that has kind of been the closest thus far. Arizona State and Aquinas 5-3 final in that one last night. And then earlier this afternoon, Utah with a 6-0 win over Concordia, the first in the history of the Utah Women's Hockey Club. They get that victory, and then just moments ago, Colorado 10, Aquinas 0 in Game 2 of Day 2. Programming note, we will have the rest of the games for you broadcast right here on Web Sports Radio. Tell your folks, and we will have them for you tomorrow. It will be breakfast. Breakfast with the Missouri Showcase, a 7:30 a.m. That's Central Time start, so folks in Utah, I believe it'll be about 6:30 in the morning. We'll have that game for you, Utah and Aquinas. And then it's McKendree in Colorado. That is 10 a.m. Central. And then the wrap-up of this tournament, Arizona State Concordia at 1 o'clock, actually 1:30 by the time they get started. Central Time will be when those games take place. For Arizona State University, they are now 7-0 on the season. All games that they have won have been on the road. They've scored 33 goals, just allowed 8. And in yesterday's win, a big win for Arizona State to advance to 7-0, the best start in the history of this hockey club. Jordan Nash Bolden gets the win, and she, stats-wise, is unbelievable. 5-0 with a 1.60 goals against average and a .958 save percentage. Yesterday, she stopped 38 shots. I take that back. She actually stopped 13. It was her counterpart, Allie Kennedy, that stopped 38 shots for Aquinas in that loss. Sun Devils are playing this weekend 7, 8, and 9 on the road. They'll finish up on the road with their 10th straight game, and then 13 of 19 for the remainder of the season will be away from Arizona. Last season, they went 2-1 at the Showcase. Wins over Concordia Ann Arbor 8-1 and Aquinas College 3-1. And then they're trying to avenge the 5-0 loss to McKendree last season. A couple of streaks that were snapped yesterday. Amy Gullickson had a 2-game scoring streak. It was snapped. She had 2 goals in the past 2 games versus Grand Canyon. Same with Abby McGee, who's averaging .83 points per game. Has scored in the last 4 of 7 games. She also had that 2-game goal streak. It was 2 goals in the past 2 games against Grand Canyon. She unfortunately did not have a goal in yesterday's game, or a point. So that streak has snapped for her. The only streak that is going on at this point, and I believe they have all been, they have all been snapped. A couple of players have started new ones, including Andy Main. She's assisted on 3 of 8 of the goals by Danielle DuPont, who is the team leader with 12 points, 8 goals, 4 assists. Got the game-winning goal against the University of Denver back on September 29th, and also scored 4 goals September 28th versus Colorado State in a 9-1 win. For the McKendree University Bearcats, their record after yesterday's victory is now 3-4 on the season. And Derek Palladry's team won with Naomi Lisick in nets in 6 games, 2-4 with a 2.17 goals against average and a 1. I'll have to look at my notes here. I have her down as a... Now we'll have to look at that on that save percentage, but for the McKendree University Bearcats, kind of a tough start to their season. They're hoping to change things around and maybe get to 500. They've scored 24 goals this season, allowed 13, and on the road doing well. Home has been the problem. 0-4 at home, but they've won 3 games on the road, including yesterday's contest. They've scored 20 goals and have not allowed a goal yet on the road. That's a stat for you there from the McKendree University Bearcats. Players are making their way out onto the ice, and in a moment we will hear from Kevin Thorough, the public address announcer, with the festivities going on here today. Leaders for McKendree include Alyssa Albee with 5 goals and 2 assists. Juliana Davis has 3 goals and 3 assists, along with Laura Wentz, 4 goals and 3 assists. They all scored, or actually Juliana, along with Laura, scored in yesterday's game. Delaney Ivanowski also had a goal, along with Jackie Leone, also put one in the net for McKendree. For Arizona State, Taylor Northcott, that is, had a couple of goals yesterday. That brings her total to 5 on the season. And Kat Jones with 6. Kat is not the leader. It's Danielle DuPont, as I mentioned. 8 goals and 4 assists. She also had a goal in yesterday's contest. So let's join Kevin Thorough, the public address announcer, for the on-ice festivities.
Let's get started with meeting your starting lineups tonight. First, for the visiting McKendree University, starting at a forward, number 20, Tiana Wakas. Starting at a forward, number 12, Allison Savola. Starting at a forward, number 14, Quinn Atchison. Starting on defense, number 53, Jenna Garrow. Starting on defense, number 21, Kayla Wadbelig. And starting in goal tonight for McKendree University, number 30, Brittany Kenny. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome McKendree University. And now your starting lineup for the home team tonight. Arizona State starting at a forward, number 11, Kat Jones. Starting at a forward, number 19, Danielle DuPont. Starting at a forward, number 22, Andy Main. Starting on defense for Arizona State, number 21, Abby McGee. Starting on defense, number 27, Taylor Northcutt. And starting in goal for Arizona State, number 31, Jordan Nash-Bolden. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the Arizona State Sun Devils. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please rise. And gentlemen, please remove your caps for this evening's presentation of the National Anthem.
our national anthem from Jordan Valley Ice Park, Springfield, Missouri, the second year of the Missouri Showcase put on by Arizona State University. Steve Casson with Brendan Coker. Thanks for joining us. The referees for today's game, Andy Bethman, and then the linesmen, Danny Bethman and Ryan Armstrong. Both brothers, actually all three of the officials here, have played for Missouri State, the normal gig that I broadcast for at Mediacom Ice Park, and they are well versed in the school of refereeing, let's call it that, as McKendree, with their little pregame ceremony in front of their goaltender, and Brittany Kenny. Kenny out of Richmond, Ontario, Canada, the freshman, does have a win in her only game. She had 11 saves for the shutout. And I'll have to check my notes on that. She does have the win. I do not know if it was a shutout.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. Let's get ready for some ACHA.
What it was Kenny and Hannah Zokowski both combined for the shutout against Davenport in Game 2 on October 6th. But because Kenny played more minutes, she gets credit for the victory. So we are underway here in period number 1. Play immediately goes into the McKendree zone. It'll be chased down there by Kea Walbelig. She has enough to get it up to center ice, and a scramble for it right in front of the Arizona State bench. Sent all the way around into the Arizona State zone. 19:36 to go in the period. We're just underway. Puck slowly rolls all the way down. No icing. It's been waved off. So it'll be chased by Walbelig again. Kayla has a goal in yesterday's game. 1 goal, 1 assist for her on the season. Puck is sent all the way down into the Arizona State zone, and a line change for the Bearcats. Sun Devils do not clear it. Good play. Holding it in is Kaylee Hoadley. Hoadley sends it down below the net. Now working it. McKendree still trying to get it up the middle. They do. Hoadley with a shot. It's partially blocked. Stays high. And instead, Brittany Coach, and she wanted to go down the middle, but there was too many players, so she went to the left side. Still, as McKendree with the pressure on in the ASU end of the ice. And again, a drive that misses wide. A couple of players wanted to go to the bench, but with the play continuing, they decided not to. Sent back into the McKendree zone by Laurelyn Davey. Brittany Koch with it again. She'll send it all the way down. No icing. Ruled that it was tipped. Now a line change for the Bearcats of McKendree. No score, 18:20 to go in the period. And no shots either. Behind the net, to the corner, taken by Amy Gullickson, and she has enough to clear it out to center ice. In the Bearcats zone, Ela Burbage is able to clear it out to center ice. And a bouncing puck once again by Gullickson. 2 goals on the season for her. Out of Park Ridge, Illinois, the sophomore sends it in, and it's in the McKendree zone now. Chased in low by Avery Chemlovsky. Far side boards, kicked ahead. Enough for Finn Larson to grab. Larson steps around, and then Delaney Ivanovsky will have it behind her own net. Gets out of harm's way and sends it to the far side. Trying to break out of the Bearcats. They almost had that opportunity, but it was broken up by Sheridan Bloyd. Delayed offside for ASU. They wanted to line change nevertheless, so they said forget this, and they finished their change. 17:09 to go in the period. In the ASU zone, and another quick change for McKendree. They keep this up, they're going to have some fresh legs in the third period. 16:56 remains here in the first. Still no shots officially recorded. Puck up the middle. High slot. Looking for it is Wagner. and instead it'll go to the near side. Outside the zone and back into the McKendree zone. Grabbing it with speed is Walbelig. Slammed all the way down into the ASU zone. Well, it was going to go there, but it was intercepted by Gloyd, and now taken by McKendree. First shot of the game is registered on net, and it's held on to by Jordan Nash Bolden. Jackie Leone gets that shot. Well, they're going to put 2 on the board now. Kaylee Hoadley comes in to take the draw. She tries to win it from Aubrey Beskid, and it will go to the far side boards. A Bearcat trying to chase down the puck and steals the puck after taking a dive. She didn't, but she was tripped. And the puck comes to her now. That was Brittany Koch. She'll have it again right side. Looking to pass down in low. Taken away. Koch with it one more time. Will send it up, and a great play helped by the boards as she sent it up high. It hit something on the boards and came right up the middle, but it was intercepted by Arizona State. Here's Aaron Rawls. Shoots it in, cut off by the goaltender, Brittany Kinney. Chasing it is Rawls for ASU. Near side at the half boards. Laura Wentz not able to hold on to it. Sent down in low, goes to the far side, chased by Juliana Davis. Broken up there. Grabbed by Abby McGee of ASU. Now it's a bouncing puck that McKendree will pick up, and Wentz will give it over to Laura Lynn Davey, and she'll send it all the way down, and another line change for McKendree. 15:02 to go in the period. Here is a shot that's blocked down, taken by Tiana Walkus, and it's out to center, and the Bearcats will set things up once again. Burbage pass is intercepted, though. Arizona State with the steal, sent all the way down to the far side with 14:44 to go in the period. Off of Daniel DuPont's stick, and McKendree might have a 2-on-1. Slow to develop, but it's taken by Walkus. She'll have it right side. She shoots. Blocker save, Nash Bolden. Best opportunity for McKendree on their third shot. Calling for it again, and a blast goes wide by Evanowski. Near side, waiting at the left side is Burbage. They don't get it to her. Still a battle down low. Puck is down the middle, intercepted as Quinn Atchison had an opportunity, and she'll go to the bench. Now a double team, and Arizona State with possession. DuPont looking for the lead here, and coming in to break it up nicely was Alyssa Albee, and it is now a line change for Arizona State. Puck all the way down into the Arizona State zone. We'll have a face-off as it's covered up by Jordan Nash Bolden. Mentioned Kaylee Hoadley. She was a 3-time league all-star and a 2-time team captain with the Cape Cod Storm when she played for them. 50 goals, 31 assists. She can put the puck in the net. Lifetime with McKendree, though, 16 goals and 11 assists. Near side boards. Here is Walbelig behind the net, trying to get it out of harm's way, and she'll send it to Jana Garro. To the point. It is ticked out to center and sent right back into the McKendree zone. Tia Kay. With some help by Garro, it's out to center ice. And setting things up once again will be Arizona State. Thus far, you wouldn't know it, that McKendree is 4-3 and Arizona State is 6-0. So we're going to get a penalty, the first penalty of the game, as getting beat in front was Molly Potter. But we're going to get a tripping call. So the first penalty And it's actually not Potter. It's 6, not 9. So that's Sheridan Gloyd. So the first power play for the Bearcats here in the first period. McKendree on the power play. It's been tough for them. 1 for 28, just 3.6%. And for Arizona State, their penalty kill is phenomenal, 90.5%. They've only allowed 2 in 21 times shorthanded. But to finish my thought, Arizona State at 7-0 and McKendree at 3-4, and you would not know it right now. It's kind of been McKendree with a lot of the pressure here in this first period early. 11:59 to go. Puck cleared out to center, and the Bearcats will regroup with 1:20 to go on the power play. Evanovsky, left side, gets it across the line, looking for some help. Breaking is Albee, but she gives off the chase, and still it's worked by Evanovsky. Goes to the far side now. 1:06 to go on the power play. Up the middle, in front, and partially fanned on in front by Agaro. And it is now cleared out to center ice, and here is a race. DuPont in front, she shoots, and she gets the stick knocked out of her hands and slides in and scores, but that doesn't count. So we'll have a face-off. It should stay in the zone. And the face-off, well, they're going to say it'll come outside the zone. And that's what it should be, because it was knocked off by the offensive player, even though she had her stick poked at, and it may have led to her falling. 11:12 to go in the period, 37 seconds left in the power play. And a shot by Finn Larson sails wide. Davies that are cleared out, and McKendree has numbers coming up. They're 4-on-2 into the zone. Across the line, and a partially chipped at shot by Wentz goes wide. Up the middle again, and with 16 seconds left, it is cleared by Arizona State's Danielle DuPont, and she'll go to the bench. Stolen, though, briefly by Larson, and it is rejected out to center ice on a good play by Hoadley. 5-on-5 now, and the Arizona State Sun Devils will work it in the McKendree Bearcats zone. 10:20 to go in the period. Tension starting to pick up now a little bit. Gloyd, fresh out of the penalty box, put a check on her player, and it's sent right back in onto the laid offside. Grabbed by Maine. Now Burbidge out of Totem, Ontario, Canada. Still looking for her first point of the season. Come the other way to Jones, who gets it across the line, but it's intercepted by Allison Savola. Here is Tina Walkus. Gets a pass over. It comes up to the side of the net after Atchison had an opportunity. To the right side, DeGaro. She's able to hold it in. Line change for McKendree once again. Puck hits a skate inadvertently, and a backhander misses. Then a wraparound in front, and it's held on to by Nash Bolden. So McKendree with the rush there. Quinn Atchison, she rushed in, grabbed it, and looked for the wraparound, but nothing doing as Bolden had the left side, her left side of the net sealed off. 5 shots unofficially now recorded for McKendree. Up the middle, working it through are the Bearcats, and they still have the pressure. Behind the net. Shovel to the corner, and it's out to center, where racing for it was Carly Chadwick. She knocked down her player, including the stick of Brittany Coach, and we go the other way. 8:30 remaining in the period. Coming up at the first period intermission, have a talk with Jordan Nash Bolden, goaltender nets right now for Arizona State. And at the second period intermission, Paris Suzuki of McKendree will join us. Here's a drive in, good save as Abby McGee gets a shot. And Kenny will make her first save. Puck cleared out to center. Wrestled for by Hoadley of McKendree. Line change for Arizona State. They just get it completed in time as the puck was right in front of their bench. And we come right to left with Eli Burbage. Intercepted at the line, held in, and racing is Wentz. Now we get a whistle for the stoppage and play on a good shot from the right side. Laura Wentz has a 3-game point scoring streak. 2 goals, actually 1 goal and 1 assist is what she scored in yesterday's game. She had 2 goals against Davenport. Lifetime, 28 goals, 23 assists, 51 points for her. Now we get another stoppage in play. Faceoff stays in the zone. 7:33 to go in the period. Face off to the right of Nash Bolden. And off the draw. Puck is cleared out to center. They have not put the shots on the McKendree goaltender, Kenny, but I know she's had at least one. Play to the right side, a drive in by Delaney Olenowski is blocked in front. Potter is there. Gets some help from Beskid, and it stays in the zone, but manages to wrinkle its way to the line. Still not cleared, and finally it's out. Here is Walbelay out of West Kelowna, British Columbia. Comes right up the middle, blocked. Backhanded by Potter, can't clear it. Finally, with some help by Beskid, can she get it out? She does barely. Line change for Arizona State. McKendree will do the same. They get at least one on the ice now. 6:24 to go in the period. Still some good play low along the goal line in the ASU zone. Bearcats, now we're going to get a penalty. We're going to get a tripping call. So it'll be a power play for the Sun Devils, their first. And going into the penalty box will be Quinn Atkinson. Arizona State on the power play, 13.3%. 12, or make that 2 for 15 is what they've scored this season. But McKendree's penalty kill is actually better than Arizona State's. 93.3%. They've only allowed 2 out of 30, and we get an icing here. So face-off will come back into the Arizona State zone. So both teams defensively, shorthanded, do a very good job. Shot off the draw as it was played with a high stick. It's nullified now as Arizona State takes possession. Sun Devils across the line. We'll have to pick up who number 27 is, probably wearing a different uniform today. Shot in, blocked, and goes behind the net. Kat Jones is there. Shot off the side of the net, deflected to the corner. And looking for a wraparound and a good defensive play in front by Brittany Koch. Shot left side, tip, score! The captain will get it. Kat Jones. The initial shot may have come from McGee, but I believe it's going to be Kat Jones who will get credit for this goal. And for her, that is goal number 7. And the home team takes the 1-0 lead here in the first period. This one just a nice tip in front. We'll see if we can get a look at this here on the next stoppage in play. But meanwhile, we will catch the call from Kevin Thorough. On this goal.
Arizona State goal scored by number 11, Kat Jones. Assisted by number 21, Abby McGee, and by number 27, Taylor Northcutt. Time of the goal at 15:07 of the first period. Scored on the power play by number 11, assisted by number 21 and number 27.
So the power play goal by Jones, her 7th of the season. And it is 1-0 Arizona State. Even though all the pressure has been put on by McKendree. Here's a blast in, and it's held on to as Wombeleg gets it, and Nash Bolden will make the save. So here is the goal. And you'll see the tip coming right in front. And boy, is Kat Jones happy. Here's a shot in, save. Nash Bolden is right up the middle. A great opportunity in front for McKendree by Leone. Or actually, no, that's 5, Evanowski. The one difference about women's hockey is hair covers the numbers sometimes. It's difficult to see. Puck stays in the zone. Racing is Hoadley. Behind the net looking for an opportunity. It's to the left side, poked away. Good play there by Chadwick. Not able to clear it though. Klein as McKendree line changes. And it's Gullickson to set things up again. Stolen by Chase Helleman. And gets over to Avanowski, who's going to set it up and go in the zone. Looking for Helleman down the middle. Nothing there. 2:38 to go. And again, we'll talk to Jordan Nash Bolden coming up at the first period intermission. Shot in, blocker save from low along the goal line on the right side. Now another opportunity is deflected. The initial shot, I believe, came from Abby Steinman. Or I take that back. Elia Burbage, but now we get a whistle and a stoppage in play. Both number 17 there. 2:16 to go in the period. And both teams will line change. .213 remaining in the period. 1-0 Arizona State. Jones getting her 7th. McGee and Northcutt. A couple of players, a whole lot of players fall down in the McKendree zone. Oh, bad attempted clearing pass stolen by Beskid. Comes right through the crease by Beskid and intercepted. Here comes Albee. 2-on-2. Albee with Scully on the ice now. Cameron with an opportunity. It's blocked in front. Bouncing puck stays up high and broken up by Beskid. She'll shoot it in, and that's enough for a line change. Near side, Tagaro. Lost it. Comes up the middle, and the trailer, Quinn Atkinson, is able to steal it and at least bring it out of harm's way from the crease. Here is Kat Jones with a shot in, and it's held on to by Kenny. 1:11 to go in the period.
First things first, I'm a realist. Practice and let the whole world feel it. And I select the motivators, I go to them. Even listen to
So Taylor Northcutt apparently is wearing number 27, in case you're wondering, for Arizona State. Off the draw, puck is cleared out to center now with 1 minute to go in the period. In a game that was really all McKendree to start off. Changed a little bit on the tip-in by Jones. Play with 32 seconds left is at the Arizona State line. And the Bearcats will set it up. Atkinson. Across the line, Hoadley. Trying to work it. 15 seconds to go through the crease. And it is bounced out to center ice with 10 seconds. Clearing is McKendree. Here's Laura Wentz. She shoots. Save Nash Bolden. .3 seconds left in the first period. They have been running very fast periods, so we'll wrap up the first period as quick as we can and get to the interview. It's about 15 minutes long, and there goes the first period. So Brittany Kinney faces 2. Jordan Nash Bolden faces 8. The only goal of the game right now, Kat Jones with a nice tip-in in front. And that is it for scoring here in period number 1. We'll take a break, and when we come back, talk with Jordan Nash Bolden, the goaltender in nets for Arizona State University, in just a moment. 1-0 ASU after 20.
Hey, Missouri! Barrel Bob here. I'm MoDOT's Work Zone spokesbarrel. I see a lot of distracted drivers in work zones not paying attention to the road. Distracted driving is the #1 cause of crashes. The average text takes 5 seconds to read. At 55 miles per hour, you could travel the length of a football field blindfolded. Don't take the chance. I want you and my friends working on the roads to get home safely. Please buckle up and put your phone down. A message from the Missouri Department of Transportation.
We are back at Jordan Valley Ice Park. Steve Casson now talking with the senior goaltender for Arizona State University Sun Devils and Jordan Nash Bolden. And coming into this tournament, 4-0, 1.25 goals against average, .972 save percentage. You've only given up 5 goals on 177 shots. You're seeing a lot of rubber. What do you do when you're in net? I mean, you're getting a lot of shots, obviously, but what is your method to the madness to stopping these pucks?
I mean, it looks a little intimidating on the score sheet, obviously, but I feel like games where I see a lot of shots are actually some of my better games. You can kind of get into a rhythm, and you don't necessarily feel as cold standing down at the other end, so it keeps you focused on the game, if nothing else.
I don't have your stats, but I know you are a very short goaltender. Even when you put your skates on, you're probably just right above the crossbar, and I mean that in a nice way. But do you think that maybe players look and say, oh, she's so short, I can get the puck past her?
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's a little bit of a competitive advantage. I don't know. Feels like I've got, games where I'm playing really well. It feels like I'm probably about 6'2", standing in the net. Realistically, I know that's not the case, but it does help you feel a little bit bigger, and never quite let it stop me. So you just have to keep working hard for it.
Well, one of the things that I'm a goaltender myself, one of the things that my coach said was make yourself big in the net. And for people that don't know or understand what that means is basically come out, challenge the shooter, open up your stance, open up your arms, make yourself as big as you can, because that's going to force them to shoot in different positions and different angles. Maybe they shoot up and they miss, that goes over. That's basically the goal. And so I assume that's kind of your method to your madness too.
Yeah, absolutely. I've certainly, heard the play big mantra a lot over, the years that I've been playing, and I think it's just been a little bit of a competitive battle to this point, and technically speaking, to sort of learn to find a happy medium in terms of coming out and challenging, and then also having a little bit of patience, a little bit of awareness, so that you recognize that you have that speed coming back in the crease, and maybe you can stay on your edges a little bit more and make them make the first move.
Jordan Nash Bolden is joining us, the senior goaltender for the University of, actually Arizona State University, Sun Devils. There is a couple of other universities there, and that was going to be my question is, what made you decide Arizona State University?
Yeah, sort of all the chips fell into the right place at the right time. Both my parents are Arizona State graduates, so something that's always sort of been in my family, something I've been around, and I've been going to ASU events since I was a kid. Really kind of a dream to come to my hometown school to play for my hometown university and have my parents in the stands representing, and they get to buy a little bit of new maroon and gold merchandise, so I'm sure it's nice for them too.
Well, plus your logo is pretty awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty
that
sweet.
Women hockey logo with the devil and the pitchfork, it's a pretty awesome logo. So I have to admit that. And you're wearing the shirt with the nice logo on there too. It's obviously it's good stuff. But Arizona State has kind of now been in the newspaper as far as the Division I team goes to NCAA. Then they get a new Division I team, and it starts doing well. Now all of a sudden you've got a women's hockey team. And do you feel any kind of pressure? And I guess let me follow it up with the first question of, first of all, does anybody know there's a women's hockey team? And second of all, when they find out, do you feel pressure to be as good as the other teams?
Yeah, I mean, the men's team going NCAA sort of brought in, I guess, like a new group of viewers and people that started to really get interested in hockey for the first time, and not just the men's team, but they started coming out and supporting the women's team too, and it's been really fun to have our home games and really have packed stands, and even our men's club team sometimes kind of looks at us attendance-wise and says, wow, we wish we had that, and we have some devoted fans that come out and support us, and certainly in recent years with some of our success, more people have been coming out, and it's just been fun to see it grow both from our perspective and from the fans.
Has hockey always been your favorite sport?
Yeah, I would say so.
When did you realize hockey?
I think I started playing when I was probably about 8 or 9 years old, so on skates from there, and I know I played travel softball a little bit competitively up until I was probably about 12 or 13 years old, and at that point I just started running out of time to do both things, had to commit to one or the other, and I stuck with hockey. It's sort of been a passion of mine, and obviously it worked out pretty well to this point.
If you compare any sport, I will say the only other sport that I would probably hold it not as high as hockey, but right there is women's soccer. I've covered women's soccer before, and I got to tell you, some of those hits are really tough, and that's without any kind of padding too. But you translate it on the ice, it's a little different, because in women's hockey you really can't do much hitting or you're going to get a penalty for it.
Right.
But that being said, hockey in general, you got to agree, is probably one of the best sports out there of all of them.
Yeah, I mean, certainly from our perspective, it's sort of the greatest game out there, and I think we're all just really fortunate to be playing at this level, and you try not to take it for granted, because, like you said, it's really like nothing else.
Senior goaltender Jordan Nash Bolden is joining us, Arizona State University goaltender. 4-0 this season, 1.25 goals against average, .972 save percentage coming into the showcase this weekend. What do you want to be when you grow up?
Right now I'm working on a sort of a career path to go and be an athletic trainer or a sports performance coach, something that keeps me in with athletes, because it's been something I've been around my whole life, and I don't think I would ever really find myself completely comfortable in a career that took me away from sports. So something that combines my passion for a couple different things and to stay close to the game.
I would assume hockey is going to be part of it.
That's certainly the goal. We'll see.
Now, and I say this because you do kind of have this command speak about you. People will listen. Have you ever thought about being a coach?
I thought about it a little bit. I suppose sports performance isn't too different from that, and it's something that I've had a little bit of experience with up to this point in my major, and also something I enjoy. So we'll sort of see where the road takes me as far as that goes.
Have you always played goaltender?
Yeah, I did 1 year as a forward, and I was absolutely terrible when I was, probably 8 years old, and decided I didn't like it very much and wanted to switch to goalie, and sort of never looked back. And it's been about 12 years now, so I think I would say I made the right choice.
So I'm going to ask this because I'm really talking about myself, but for me, I wanted to be a goaltender, not necessarily because I could skate okay, and I still think I can. I think I can skate backwards much better than I can forward, but partially because I'm on the ice for 60 minutes, and I had this center of attention kind of issue. I always had to be center of attention. So I'm not trying to say that that's it for you, but what's the reason for wanting to be goaltender?
I think I was just, like I mentioned, I was not a great skater, but I had just started out. But I think a lot of it had to do with the team that I played on. A couple of the boys that I played with when I was first starting off, they didn't really involve the girls that much in the team, and they wouldn't pass to us during the games. I never really felt like part of the team. And it wasn't necessarily a center of attention thing to be a goaltender, but it lets you look at the game from a different perspective, and you're always integrated into the game because it sort of revolves around you, and if you make a mistake, everybody knows. So we sort of thrive on that pressure a little bit, I guess. But yeah, it was more so about the kids that I played with, and then it transitioned a little bit into finding my own rhythm and finding my own place on the ice, and I just felt most comfortable in the crease.
Jordan Nash Bolden is joining us, goaltender for Arizona State University. Now, with the exception of the times, which has only been twice this season, where you're sitting on the bench, a lot of the times you're out on the ice, so you don't know what goes on the bench. Do you kind of miss that? And what I mean by that is most of the time, I've played in mostly beer leagues and men's leagues where I was always playing, so I never got onto the bench. But yet I've heard all sorts of stories of all the fun stuff that's happened on the bench. Do you feel like you've kind of missed that a little bit, or do you even care?
I would much rather be on the ice than on the bench, but yeah, sometimes I'll hear about, chatter that goes on over there, or funny things that happen, or even if, people fall off the bench. I don't necessarily notice, but it's something that, they'll talk about after the game. I'm like, I kind of wish that I had seen that. But yeah, it's definitely more fun to be out there, and I can get caught up on the conversation, but not the experience.
A couple of sophomore goaltenders, Macy Eide and Landry Phelps. First of all, do you feel like you're kind of the one that's kind of mentoring them and they're shadowing you? Do you feel like that's your responsibility as a senior goaltender?
I would hope so a little bit. I guess I try to set a good example for them, and I think my roles changed a little bit from last year to this one. Last year when we had both of them come in, it was the first time that I've ever had 3 goalies on a team, so a lot of it was us learning from each other and sort of learning how to handle that dynamic and balance between the 3 of us, and I think this year we've really figured it out, and so I would hope that, with 1 year left, they start to pick up some things that they can take away from me, and I know that the future of the team is in good hands with them, so I'm not too concerned.
Jordan Nash Bolden is joining us, senior goaltender for Arizona State. Now, they could joke with you and say, hey, we've got better save percentages than you do. Their save percentage is 1,000 because, well, they both have shutouts in the one game they both played. Macy with 14 saves and Landry with 8. So, yeah, they could technically say they have better stats than you, but I know stats don't matter, does it?
No, I honestly don't think that I looked at my stats until you brought it up just now. We just try and go out there and have a good game, and I've come close to putting a 0 on the board a couple of times this season, so we'll see. Maybe this weekend will give me one.
Well, a lot of shots out there, that's for sure. And, when you look at what you have to do, I'm sure you have a routine. You have something that, well, I want to talk about 2 routines. First, what do you do to get ready for a game? And then what do you do when you're in a game?
Yeah, I don't have too many superstitions. I think it's always been my personal philosophy that the more superstitions and the more little ticks and routines that you have before a game, the more things can go wrong during a game if you miss one, and you sort of get in your own head about it. So it's something that I've learned over the years to really take control of, and I used to come in and be very uptight and be very focused and try to get into the game, and now I find that I play my best if I come in a little bit looser, and it's been something that I've developed a relationship with as far as my own mindset coming into games, and I think on the ice, it's really just a matter of taking it one shot at a time. If you get a bad bounce and one goes in, the most important save is the next one. You can't get the one back that's already in the net, and that's sort of an important lesson and something that, when I was younger, I didn't necessarily understand the value of, but now that's something you take with you and you say, well, that happened. I can't take it back. Go get the next one.
Do you have siblings?
I do not.
So an only child?
Yep.
So folks took care of you, any of your needs that you had, hockey-wise? They bought you your pads, all that kind of stuff?
I bought my first pair of pads. I bought them secondhand at a used, like a Play It Again Sports. I don't know if you have those out here, but it's like a secondhand sporting goods. And they were roller hockey pads, but it was like the best $40 I've ever spent. And from then on, I got a little bit of help from my folks because gear gets a little more expensive when you get older.
For sure. And we do have Play It Again Sports here, but they don't have hockey equipment. That's the biggest problem. So, but you, of course, from Cave Creek, Arizona, so did you buy your roller hockey pads in Arizona?
Yeah, I've lived in Arizona all my life, and we're really fortunate to have some good hockey stores out there, and we have Behind the Mask, and those guys have always taken care of me since I've been a kid, and from then on out, I got pretty much all my stuff from them. So,
Jordan Nash Bolden joining us here, and Jordan, when I end interviews, I usually tell the players that are forwards or defensemen, get more goals, score more goals. In this case, don't give up any more goals. Get that goose egg finally, and hopefully you can put that into your stats. I know you don't care. It probably doesn't matter to you in this case, but
we'll see. I think it would be more spectacular if I scored one, so we'll see what happens.
Okay, that's leads into another question. Have you ever come close to scoring a goal?
I have never come close because I've never really had the opportunity to shoot one down on an empty net. I feel confident enough that I would come close. I might hit it.
So you've never had a situation where you've played and the team said, hey, we're leading this far ahead, we're going to give Jordan and we're going to see if she scores.
Oh, no. I don't know. I feel like that's not necessarily a knock on my defensemen that they don't trust me, but I don't know if we've ever really had that comfortable of a lead where even I would feel, okay sending it down there. I would say ideal situation for that, 2-goal lead late in the third period, empty net on the other end. Maybe we got a shot if it floats in on me.
Well, your last game was a 3-2 game. I'm sure they probably pulled their goaltender then.
No, we actually came from behind in that one.
Oh, that's right, you did. Yeah, it was 2-2, and then had to come from behind on that one.
That was a good little win.
And obviously 6-0 right now. That's at least coming into this showcase, 6-0. Best start in team history. That's got to be exciting.
Yeah, it's been incredible, and for all the girls and for those of us that have been here for 4 years, because we've never seen that happen before. So we think we really have something special with this team, and it's been great that we've been able to prove that so far. So hope we can keep the streak going into the weekend.
Jordan Nash Bolden, senior goaltender for Arizona State University. And Jordan, as I end the interviews, I'll say this time let's get some goose eggs on the board. How's that sound?
Let's do it.
All right. Thanks so much for doing this.
Thanks for having me.
We'll take a break. Be back. More hockey coming up in a moment. And in reality, we will not take that break, as I want to let the interview go a little longer, and we are in the second period. 18:45 to go. Still 1-0 in favor of Arizona State. They have been shortening up these periods here, at least the intermissions. So with a 1-0 lead for Arizona State, who are skating from the right to the left. It's the McKendree Bearcats from the left to the right. They send it all the way down into the Arizona State zone. Chased by Sheridan Gloyd. Broken up there, comes right up the middle, and a huge save by Nash Bolden. As literally in front waiting was Laura Wentz, got the shot off, and Nash Bolden with the big save. Now a good opportunity again, and this time it's Avanowski with a drive and a save by Nash Bolden. McKendree working it again, but this time it's taken away in a line change, and it's cleared all the way down by Finn Larson. And we get a whistle and a stoppage in play as Kenny will hold on to that. Well, they've updated the shots. Ten to 3 now. Face off in the McKendree zone, sent all the way down, and this one is covered up by Nash Bolden, so we'll do it again on a face-off. To the right of Nash Bolden, left as you look at it. Near side boards. Cleared out. To the line at least by Carly Chadwick. And Gloyd gets it across the line. Delayed offside as the Bearcats touch it. Sending it back in was Cameron Scully, so we'll have an offside. 17:07 to go in the period. Next intermission, Paris Suzuki will join us from McKendree University. Southern California native, so am I, so we had a long talk about SoCal. Puck cleared off the draw. And Malek Rabik will get it as far as the line and then finally tip it in. Bearcats return the favor, but then as soon as that happens, Aaron Rawls is able to shoot it in to the Bearcats zone. The closest game thus far has been between Arizona State and Aquinas. That was a 5-3 win for Arizona State. At this point, this is the second closest. Get a whistle for a stoppage and play for a hand pass, so we'll do this at center ice, I believe. McKendree with a 6-0 win over Utah in Game 1. Colorado 5-0 over Concordia in Game 2. As I mentioned, Arizona State and Aquinas Game 3 was 5-3 in favor of Arizona State. Today, Utah 6-0 over Concordia and Colorado 10-0 over Aquinas. But Utah, of course, getting their first win as an ACHA Women's Division I hockey program. Puck flipped up over the net by Tana Welkus. Stays in the zone. Now working it is Wobbly. Goes up high, crisscross. Checked by Maine. Sent down in low. Gets it to the corner to Atkinson. Drive in and along the goal line, a save by Nash Bolden. Puck cleared to the point. Held in and now a battle for it. Here is Savola. But then it is sent out by McGee. Apparently not. Stays on side, so finally it's cleared out, and here might be a break. 2-on-1. Davey, right side, left side as they tried to send it over to Albee, and it went just past her stick. 15 to go in the period. Another line change. In fact, Albee is going to go to the bench. Coming on now. And actually, I've got my names wrong. No, that was Andy Main, number 22 for Arizona State, that went to the bench. Coming on was Amy Gullickson. Face off to the right of Kenny, playing her second game. She's played the equivalent of one game. Out to center and sent right back in by Molly Potter. Hits a skate. Finn Larson will do the honors. Down in low. Worked over to the corner where it's Gloyd to chase. Arizona State, best start in team history, 7-0. They're playing McKendree, who's looking to get back to 500. At the line, Chemlovsky had it broken up and sent back in, and we get a line change for McKendree. 14:07 remains in the period. Shot by Gullickson blocked and slapped around the boards. It'll go to the near side. Can the Bearcats clear? No. Held in. Coming off the bench and getting a shot in is Steinman, and a big save, and covering up the rebound was Kenny. Both teams will change personnel. Final game of day 2, and we're not playing until 1 o'clock in the morning this time. We get an icing here. Normally there's 2 rinks here, and we would play games on 2 rinks, but there was a situation about 2 months ago. The main chiller inside the building that has not been serviced since this building opened in 2001 was being serviced. There was a backup chiller outside the building. It failed, so ice in both rinks as we get a 2-on-1. That misses wide. Follow up in front and a save as it was followed up by Cameron Scully. And Nash Bolden makes the big save there, but the second chiller broke down, so both ice rinks went down. They flew in parts, got this rink here, which is now named the Stan Melton Rink, in honor of the man who brought hockey here to Springfield. But once they got everything going, this is the only ice rink that's been able to get up, and it was put up post-haste, obviously. Missouri State skates here along with the youth teams, and Missouri State had not been on the ice, and they were getting ready to play a game. We get an offside here. So good thing their first 2 weekends were on the road. Then they come back October 4th and 5th, and they play a game here, the first set of games that were played on the new ice. And the other ice rink is still down. So it's all well and good. Showcase is underway. 12:55 remains in the period. They have shots at 10-4. Don't know how accurate that is. Here we go with another 2-on-1 for McKendree. And inadvertent pass. Savola was looking back behind her, and by the time she thought about passing and gave it up, there was no one there. Now it's a 3-on-2 for McKendree. Savola in front. She shoots, and a blocker save. Nash Bolden in perfect position as Savola was right there. A shot comes in from the left side, blocked. Garo can't hold it. And a nice poke check away, even though it's a delayed offside. A great defensive poke check by Walbeleg. It's in the McKendree zone. Still a 1-0 lead for Arizona State. 15:07 on a power play. Jones, her 7th, McGee, and Northcutt with the assists. Across the line, in the zone, Jones with a drive in and a big save. No rebound. It's held on by Kinney. So the McKendree Bearcats are led by 2 freshmen and a sophomore right now. Kenny, who is 1-0 this season, and Naomi Lisek, who won yesterday's game. Arizona State breaks out a 2-on-1. Lead pass to DuPont. She breaks in front. She's tripped, and no penalty. Don't know if she lost an edge or what, but the officials say no, play on, so they do. Good move across the line. Here's Albee, taken away from her, and grabbed by Andy Main. Main across the line. Line change for Arizona State. 10:52 remaining in the period. Puck to the left side. Held in by Potter. Shot off the back of the boards, looking for Chemlovsky. Near side. Chasing it is Chadwick off the ASU bench. With 10:30 remaining. Here come the Bearcats. Slapping it across the line was Davis. And Davis gets past Emily Klein, who lost her stick. Puck cleared out to center. And Laura Wentz. 4 goals, 3 assists for the senior from Bismarck, North Dakota. McKendree this year with 9 seniors, 25 players. Last year they had 0. But they did have 12 juniors, so 9 of those players have come back to play. Now we get a whistle for, I believe, an offside. The puck came out and was sent right back in. So offside will bring it just outside the McKendree attacking zone, or the attacking zone for Arizona State, defensive zone for the Bearcats, any way you look at it. Puck flipped up and gloved down across the line. Nice behind the back pass. Here comes Suzuki with a drive and a big save. And we'll talk to Paris Suzuki at the second period intermission as we're halfway through this game. Now opportunity is loose. It's up the middle. Here is Coach. Gets it to the left side. Drive hits a skate. And the second effort is corralled by Cameron Scully. She'll have it down the middle. She shoots, and Nash Bolden is able to hold on to it through a lot of traffic. (13-5) are your shots in favor of the team that is trailing on the scoreboard, and that's McKendree. Bearcats had a barrage in the first period. Koch with a drive, blocked. Scully. Out of Prince George, British Columbia. Now a shot blocked in front as it came off the Koch stick. Held in by Scully. Has some room left side, breaks free. Now right in front and missing the sliding wrap in front and getting sticked for her. Good opportunity there was Alyssa Albee. Running some trouble was Taylor Northcutt. Not happy with allowing that player up the middle. Northcutt with authority clears it out to center all the way down, no icing. Line change, Bearcats. Arizona State gets 2 out, and now they cough up the puck, but it comes all the way down. Albee behind her own net. Stolen by the Bearcats. Up the middle in front, and a blocker save. Maybe a glove save, actually. As the shot right in front came to Tiana Walkus. Scrum for it low along the goal line, and it'll be Northcutt again. Lost it. Walkus to steal. Looking in front. Gets it, and scramble in front. It'll be grabbed by Garo out of Wexburg, Pennsylvania. Right point. Shot in, blocked. As Savoa saw her shot go wide. Now down low. Walkus. Backhanded pass up the middle is intercepted, and it's cleared all the way down. But we're going to get an icing call here. So Arizona State can make that McKendree. No, it is Arizona State. They cannot change. The Bearcats can. So off the face-off down the middle, a shot that's blocked. Scully had it blocked, and then right on the doorstep was Davis, and she couldn't put it home. Now a 3-on-3, slowly developing. Now it becomes a 2-on-3. Arizona State in the midst of a line change. Coming down, here's a partial break. Left side, shot, oh, save Nash Bolden. Huge save as Laura Wentz came in. And Nash Bolden with a great save there on that break. But we are going to get a penalty, I believe. So Northcutt will go into the penalty box, and it will be the Bearcats' second power play. Here in the second period. Right up the middle, drive, score! As it was loose to the right side, and Jenna Garrow gets it. We're tied at 1 apiece. That is her first goal she gets this season. So we'll take a look at this one when we have the next stoppage in play. But Garrow will get this one. Let's see if we can take a look at it here. Just right up over the glove. We'll see if we can also get you a better view of her shot. But it's a 1-1 hockey game. We'll catch the call from Kevin Thurl in a moment. Now with 5:58 to go, and Nash Bolden has to make a save.
Initial penalty on the play to Arizona State, number 27, Taylor Northcutt. 2 minutes for cross-checking at 13:14 of the second period. A 2-minute minor for cross-checking. And on the ensuing power play, McKendree goal scored by number 53, Jana Garrow, assisted by number 5, Delane Ivanowski, and by number 21, Kaylee Waldblig. Time of the goal at 13:29 of the second period. Scored on the power play by number 53, assisted by number 5 and number 21.
5:37 to go in the period, and a 1-1 contest in the closest game thus far. And a shot comes in, tip, score! McKendree takes the lead. This one, I believe, put in by Cameron Scully. She was right there on the doorstep. And that is her second goal of the season. And it's 2-0 Bearcats. And boy, is she happy about that one. We will again catch the call from public address announcer Kevin Thurl as McKendree takes another one. They're pouring it on here. It is 3-1 Bearcats. And Arizona takes a timeout. We'll see if we can get you caught up with all these goals here. So here, I believe, is Garrow's goal.
McKendree University goal scored by number 25, Cameron Scully. Assisted by number 16, Paris Suzuki, and by number 22, Alyssa Albi. Time of the first goal at 14:31 of the second period, scored by number 25, assisted by number 16 and number 22. On the second McKendree goal, scored unassisted on the play by number 9, Lara Wentz. Time of the goal at 14:52 of the second period, scored unassisted by number 9.
So Wentz unassisted. At 14:52. Wentz gets her 5th of the season. And 3-1. So a barrage of goals by McKendree. And a scram right in front of the McKendree bench is held on to. So we'll see if we can get a little better look at some of these goals for you. Meanwhile, with 4:22 to go, we're going to get a penalty. And this one will be assessed to Northcutt, her 2nd of the game. I believe they're going to call her for delay of the game. So power play number 3 for the Bearcats, who lead by a count of 3-1. Delayed offside. And it's cleared all the way down.
Penalty on the play to Arizona State, number 27, Taylor Northcutt. 2 minutes for delay of game at 16:48 of the second period.
So that is the call on the delay of game. 3 penalties, 6 minutes assessed to the Sun Devils. Just 1 for 2 assessed to the Bearcats. And shots very uneven, 17-5 in favor of McKendree. This is a club looking to go back to 500. Last year, McKendree took this game by a count of 5-0 that they played against Arizona State. 3:13. Next stoppage in play, we'll try to recap most of the goals for you if we can. Puck to the point, held in. Worked down in low by Walkus. Comes right out in front, save Nash Bolden. The pass came over to Garo looking for another one. And Nash Bolden able to make that save. Now McKendree with some numbers. Shot missing wide by Walkus. Comes right up the middle. Hits a skate and out to center. And McKendree playing it defensively very well. Bearcats across the line. Wentz is there. Drops it left side. Back to Wentz. Left point. Down in low. Working the power play for 11 seconds. It's broken up. Here comes DuPont. She's going to race. She has a break right side. All alone in front. Left side. Oh, what a save. Huge toe save by Kenny. With the seconds winding down, that would have been a shorthanded goal too. And now the puck comes in, and just avoiding the too many players were the Sun Devils. 1:57 remains. Look like we may not have time to replay anything. And we don't have much time interview-wise. Here's a shot in, missing wide as Potter got that one from the high slot. 1:37 to go. Now we get a whistle for a stoppage in play. Let's go back to the first game, or first goal of the game, that is. This is Jones, her 7th, McGee and Northcutt, and it is a 1-0 lead for Arizona State. Then Garo on the power play. She puts it up over the glove of Nash Bolden to make it a 1-1 contest. Scully from Suzuki, and it is 2-1. And then just a few moments later, Wentz will get credit for the goal, apparently unassisted, 3-1 is where we are right now as the Bearcats come right in, and Nash Bolden has to make a save with 1:15 to go. Now another opportunity just sails wide as Savoa is right there. Left side, and McKendree all over the ice here in the second period. Less than a minute to go in the period.
The call has been corrected from delay of game to body checking. That was a 2-minute minor for body checking.
So that's the official call there. The signal was given as delay of game. 37 seconds remains. Puck cleared back down to the Arizona State zone. All the way around to chase is Albee. Comes right up the middle, and it's loose, and Nash Bolden has to make a save. 27.5 seconds remain. Steve Casson, Brendan Coker, thanks for tuning in. And if you missed it, one programming note is that all games tomorrow will be broadcast. .5 seconds to go. Comes to the corner, and with 14 remaining, the Bearcats still with some pressure, but it's out to center. Wobbling. She'll come back with 6. Set it up with 2, and that should do it for the period. The period ends with the McKendree Bearcats leading by a count of 3-1. 10 shots on Nash Bolden, 2-period total of 18. Just 3 on Brittany Kennedy, including that huge toe pad save for a count of 5. And it is a 3-1 lead, as mentioned before. Jones on the power play, Garrow from McKendree on the power play, Scully and Wentz. And that's where we stand right now after 2 periods. We'll take a break, be back, and an interview with Paris Suzuki of McKendree coming up.
This is Barrel Bob, MoDOT's Work Zone spokesbarrel. You'll be seeing more of me as the weather warms up. Crews will be working on our roads. That means lanes will be closed for construction and maintenance work on our highways. As you approach a work zone, please don't drive distracted. You need to pay attention. I want you and my friends working on the roads to all get home safely. Remember, buckle up and put down your phone. A message from the Missouri Department of Transportation.
We're back at Jordan Valley Ice Park. Steve Casson now talking with Paris Suzuki. She got her first goal yesterday with the McKendree University Bearcats. And Paris, how did that feel?
It felt great, honestly. I actually played with 2 girls on the other team during my club season. So it was good to see them and play against them and play competitively, but it was also good to have a goal against them as well, yeah.
That's always got to be fun. And, you know, as a junior, you kind of feel like you want to lead the team a little bit, but it's slow to develop a little bit for you this season,
yes.
At least?
This season at least, yeah, but I think the leadership on the team is really well, and we keep each other going, and on the bench we get really hyped up, so it continues to motivate the rest of the team.
You're one of 5 juniors. Last year there was 12 juniors when you were a sophomore, and only 7 to that respect. So you feel like you're kind of getting through the system, so to speak, but you're not really part of a big entire group. How do you work that, or do you even care that you're really, sometimes when you're part of maybe 12 seniors on a team, you all kind of bond together and everything's like one, but is everybody just a big group?
It truly is. The program's really building this season. I mean, we have about 8 new freshmen coming in, and we're expanding ever since we went to nationals. And the team chemistry is just awesome this year. We're just all there for each other, and we're there on the ice for each other. So I think it's more of like a family, group, team dynamic rather than class, individual dynamic. Yep.
You're from Covina, California.
I am.
I'm from Southern Cal myself, so that's got to be nice. I'm sure the one thing that you do miss is the weather.
Yes, absolutely. Winters are kind of hard here, but it's really nice because a lot of the girls on the team, they're not from around here. They're from Canada or even out of state. So I think that builds the family dynamic of the team and the culture as well as the bonding.
In fact, Dominika Rush is the only one that's from California, from
Yep.
San Jose. So people from all over. We're talking Missouri, as you said, British Columbia. In fact, several from British Columbia. One from Manitoba, Juliana Davis. A lot of Canadians on the team. Do you feel that might be a difference between Canadian hockey and American hockey?
I mean, a lot of us had experience with Canadian hockey during our club days. We went to Canada, we played against them, so there is kind of a difference. Just, I wouldn't say with the hockey necessarily, it's just more of like the vocabulary, more of like the culture out there is different, but I think that's what's great about McKendree is that we're all from everywhere out of the country or in the state, so it's just great to have that and great to experience all of the culture there as well. But, I mean, we're all, like, mesh, so it's great, yeah.
I think one of the big things with McKendree, too, is they went from McKendree College to McKendree University. And that little name change of university, I think, draws people more to the college than from before.
Yes, I believe so as well, because it has, like, the university title in it.
Yeah, I mean, there are some colleges, like Aquinas is a college. And not that it should matter.
No.
It shouldn't at all. But the one thing about McKendree that's unique is it's kind of in a hotbed of hockey right now. It's close to St. Louis. It's close to the teams that are in Illinois in the middle of the state. You're kind of on your own a little bit right there, but you get a good recruitment.
Yes, we absolutely do, especially since the Blues just won. A lot of girls are realizing that, and we're embracing that, so it's great to be there, yep.
And that's a good thing, too, as we are talking with Paris Suzuki of the McKendree Bearcats from Covina, California. Played with the Anaheim Lady Ducks.
I did. Yep.
That must have been fun.
Oh, it was a great time. The whole club is just so supportive of each and every one of our players. And Dominika Rush actually played there as well, and so that's how I found out about McKendree, through those connections. And there's quite a few Lady Ducks here. I think there's about 6 of us here within the showcase and within the different teams. So that's always fun to reunite with them and talk to them and play against them and see them.
And then it maybe answered my next question was, why McKendree?
I really like the atmosphere of McKendree. It's pretty small, so that's nice because it was kind of like my high school, but everybody's just so supportive there, and everybody knows each other there, which is really nice to have, and everyone's involved in something, so it's good.
Paris Suzuki is joining us from McKendree. What do you want to be when you grow up?
I want to get into the sportscasting industry, preferably hockey. I really like the whole sport of it all. It's been a part of my life since I was about 4 years old. And so, I mean, there's not much for women after college hockey, so I would like to get into that field so that I can still be a part of it. And I would honestly like to go back to the Lady Ducks and coach for them, because that's how I got the experience of it all. A lot of the girls who played college hockey came back and coached, so that's what got me inspired to go to college, and I'd like to do that from some other people as well.
Now, you know what that means. That means you'd have to live in California
I
again. Is that going to be a problem?
No, well, hopefully not. You know, I have the support system there for my family. I have the support from the Lady Ducks there. And, of course, the weather's so much nicer there. So, yeah, I don't think it would be a problem.
And your folks, of course, still live there, right?
Yes, they do.
In Covina.
Yes.
So it's nice. It's not that far of a drive. I would say it's about a 2-hour drive with traffic.
Yep, with traffic, of course.
But normally it's about 30 minutes, maybe a little less. It just depends. Yeah, the whole traffic thing is crazy. And it's really funny because growing up in Southern California, I didn't know what I was living in. And what I mean by that is I didn't traffic to me was just normal.
Yeah.
You know, and before even like Waze and the Google Maps and stuff, you always kind of listen to the news radio and you said, okay, is there a traffic accident here? All right, I'll go a different way. And especially if you had to go up to like Thousand Oaks or go through the valley, it was absolutely crazy. Don't take the 5.
Don't ever.
Don't take, you know, the what you try to do is maybe take the 210.
Yep.
But then when it goes into the 134 in Pasadena, you're like, what am I doing? Maybe I should have taken the 101. But then it goes through downtown, and you're like, oh, no.
Yeah.
I mean, all this stuff goes through your head. And I know you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, I do.
But it's normal. When you live in California, it's normal to think that way.
Absolutely.
And, you know, it's really funny because out here, people go to dinner at 6 or 5. Not in California.
No.
It's 8 or 9, and that's even on a weekday.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy, and it's all because of traffic.
Truly. I remember my dad, every time we'd leave for practice or a game, he would automatically turn on the news radio, see where traffic was at, and then he would be like, all right, we're going to have to go this way. And then we turn on the music and start talking about the game.
Yep.
But it was like just a routine that we had to do because it's just part of California.
It's just the way it is. And I go back there, and my brother lives in Thousand Oaks, and so I fly into Orange County. Well, I've got to make sure that I can get up. It's about, if there's no traffic, it's about a 2 hours and 20-minute drive.
Yeah.
If there's traffic, forget it. It's
all day.
Almost like
all day
it's an all-day thing. I don't see how people do that anymore. I know a lot of people try to move where their work is, but anymore it's so expensive.
It truly is.
It's crazy expensive. There's still a radio station I listen to out there, and I hear all the weird stuff that goes on. But I guess your parents have been there for years, right?
Yes, their whole lives, yes.
So housing is not a problem. Everything's good.
Yep.
As long as they don't sell, they're in good shape. I don't think they probably will.
Probably not.
We're talking with Paris Suzuki of the McKendree University Bearcats, reminiscing, since we're both Southern California natives. We'll always be SoCal natives. Doesn't matter where we live, always. And that makes my next question interesting is, growing up in Southern California, who was your favorite hockey team then?
Oh, that's hard because we really supported the Ducks and the Kings, but I think we were more Ducks people just because I played for them, and they're a little bit closer to where I live. Yeah.
Sure, and
Timu Solani, love him.
Yeah, Timu was awesome. That's great that you got to see him there too.
Yep.
I was there. I was actually working for the Ducks, and Paul Correa was there. A lot of those players. It was a blast. I remember when they first came into existence. I think '92, I believe, and that was fun. I mean, I will admit, I'm a Kings fan at heart. I worked, my first job in the NHL was with the Kings, and then my second job was with the Ducks. It was about a 2-week difference. I got the Kings job, and then I ended up getting the Ducks job right after that. But it was fun. It was fun to be able to. And back then, they made sure that when the Kings were at home, the Ducks were out of town, and vice versa. Now anymore, I can remember a couple times when I had to do a matinee Ducks game and drive up to LA to go do an evening Kings game. It was crazy. But
so how was the differences between the two teams?
So I think the Ducks, because they were in their infancy and it was the whole Disney thing, and it was more of this show, where the Kings have been established since 1967, and they were more of, okay, we need to start winning. And then, of course, that was the Gretzky years when he was with them, so it was more of okay, we need to start winning. They made it to the Stanley Cup against Montreal in '93, and I don't even go there. That was a bad year. 3 games went into overtime. One of them, Guy Carbonneau covered his hand on the crease, covered his hand on the puck in the crease. Should have been a penalty shot, never awarded. And, with overtime games, it could have gone anyway, and the Kings ended up losing all 3 in overtime. But with the Ducks, it's been fun too. I've been there where there have been some good runs with the Ducks, and that was a lot of fun to see. But if you pin me down and you say, okay, who's your favorite team? I got to say the Kings, but I will asterisk it and by saying my favorite team is the Kings, asterisk. If I'm at the Ducks, it's the Ducks, unless it's the Kings that are playing them.
Yeah,
so
that's okay too. Got to support the California teams.
Exactly. Paris Suzuki is joining us. Siblings?
I do. I have an older brother, and he played goalie as well. He's the one that actually got me into hockey. And then I have an older sister as well.
Does she play hockey too?
She didn't play hockey, no.
Why not?
She just had some mental disabilities, so therefore she tried to play hockey, but it just didn't really work for her. But she was always in the stands supporting us at our games.
That's always good.
Yep.
That's a great thing, especially when you look over and she's cheering and pounding on the glass and all that. Yeah, I get that. Who was better between you and your brother?
Well, he was actually a goalie, and I started as a goalie, but I was too slow. My reaction time was too slow.
Did you score on him?
I mean, we did practice outside together in the driveway, and he would suit up, and we'd get the net out, and I would score on him, and I wouldn't score on him, so it was pretty even. We usually played on the same team, though, so that was that was always nice.
Paris Suzuki is joining us from McKendree. Got her first goal in yesterday's game. Take us through that. How did that feel?
Oh, it felt great. So it was definitely just a wraparound, and I was coming out from the corner, turned it around, didn't see anybody there, and thought, you know what, I'm just going to get it to the net, just try to pound it in, and that's sure as heck what happened.
That was actually a really nice goal, that wraparound goal. I was watching that yesterday, and I thought, you know, that move was like you've been playing for years. That was a great move.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So we've talked about who your favorite hockey team is. It's probably the Ducks. Do you have a favorite hockey player?
He is George Peros. He played on the Anaheim Ducks. He was the enforcer. But I really liked how he acted outside of the rink. So he actually donated his hair multiple times to the Wigs for Kids Foundation. And I've donated 5 feet of hair over my lifespan. I did it once with him, and I actually got to sit behind him as he donated and cut his hair. I did the same thing. So that's what I really appreciated about him. And of course, like, it always was nice to see somebody go out there and, like, be the enforcer and go out there and, like, support his team in that way.
Do you have some kind of preparation? What's your normal preparation to get ready for a game?
I really like to talk and hype up my team. In between intermissions, we all get in a circle, and I'll get in the middle, and I'll do a pre-period talk to them. But I really like to interact with my team and get them hyped up and let them know that, like, we're all going to be here. Win or loss, we're all going to get hyped up. We're all going to be supportive of each other, and we're all going to have fun.
So then are you that captain off the ice, so to speak?
We do have a leadership team, yeah. We're all pretty much leaders on the team. Our coach really emphasizes that we're all there for each other. We all lead as a team. We lead by example. Paris
Suzuki is joining us. And Paris, when I end interviews, I always wish players more goals. You got one yesterday. Let's keep that streak going today.
Awesome.
And for the rest of the tournament, okay?
Thank you.
All right, well, thanks so much for joining us. We'll take a break. And again, we won't take a break as the third period is underway. These intermissions are just getting shorter and shorter here. The final game of Game 2 is a 3-1 lead for McKendree over Arizona State. Jones got the first power play goal at 15:07 of the first, and then in the second, 3 goals by McKendree on the power play. Garrow her first, Scully and Wentz. And now Arizona State trying to get some kind of equalizer. Racing hard on the left side is Daniel DuPont. Can't get anything done. Cut off there. And still stays on the left side. Dropped lower. Walbelig will have it behind her own net for McKendree. Near side it goes to Walkus. Out to center and sent back into the Arizona State zone, and another quick change for McKendree. If you want to look at what may be the difference here, and it may be the line changes, the Bearcats have changed their lines twice as much as McKendree has and as quick as they have. Near side. Puck kicked out to center. Here's an opportunity for Charlie Wagner. Picks it up right side, looking in front, and it's held on to by Nash Bolden. It's right on the doorstep was Hoadley, but it never got to her. 18-18 remaining in the period. And still 3-1 McKendree. Puck hits the side of the net. Low along the net. Outside of the cage. And now here's Wentz. Swiped right up the middle, and Nash Bolden will have to hold on there. 17:59 remaining in the period. An early game tomorrow if you're joining us right here on Web Sports Radio's live TV. 7:30 in the morning will be Game 1, Central Time. So that means if you're in the Pacific Time Zone and you're watching, well, you're waking up early, 5:30 in the morning. Mountain Time, 6:30. But join us for all 3 games tomorrow. They will be broadcast. I'll do my best. 17:34 remaining in the period. Still a battle for it in the Arizona State zone. And Jordan Nash Bolden, who has been relatively stout in net, has given up 3. In fact, Arizona State, as the shot comes right through to the left side, Nash Bolden was looking to the right, and it's tipped out to center. I'll get back to my Arizona State comment in a moment, but here is McGee. Comes in front, drives, save, and right on the doorstep. It's held on to by Kinney, and she'll make the save. Arizona State has not had more than 3 goals scored against them. Yesterday, Aquinas scored 3, but it was in a 5-3 victory. Today, it's a 3-1 deficit. I think people in the English language call it a deficit. Here come McKendree. 2-on-2 into the zone. Working it down low. Who we just talked to, Paris Suzuki. Far side boards chased by Savoa, and it's out to center. DuPont across the line. Broken up briefly by Leone of McKendree, but DuPont gets it again. Backhanded by Gloyd. Intercepted by Wombeleg. Pushed down the middle to the right. Backhander in, save Nash Bolden. Rebound. And we're going to get a whistle for the net being dislodged. Face-off will come outside the zone. th shot now applied on Nash Bolden. And only 6 shots for Arizona State. Now with 15:50 to go in the third period, Sun Devils get a goal here. It's a different hockey game. But it's been all McKendree thus far. And a shot from an odd angle looking for a partial wraparound taken by Juliana Davis is held onto by Nash Bolden. Face off once again in the Arizona State zone. Near side boards. Davey is waiting at the left point. Doesn't get to her because it's taken away on a 3-on-3 for Arizona State. Good play by Davey to break it up. And she almost stole it too. Brittany Koch sends it all the way down. And McKendree with some good pressure in the Arizona State zone. 15:09 to go in the third period. Stolen up the middle, a drive, save, loose, and as the second effort was stopped, McKendree will make a line change. That was Juliana Davis. Until recently, till Davis's goal yesterday, she had scored most of her points. 2 goals and 2 assists in the 10-1 win over Davenport. But she did get one yesterday. Northcutt able to clear it out to center. And here is a good opportunity on a backhander by Chadwick. That's stopped by Kinney. Officially, the crew, the officiating crew that is, all former Missouri State alumni players. And thus far, calling a pretty clean game. Puck cleared out to center. And Leonowski from Kirkwood, Missouri, played for the St. Louis Lady Blues. course, St. Louis, all the talk of the town, winning the Stanley Cup. Here in Springfield, it was the talk of the town last week. The Stanley Cup visited Springfield. It was a Blues Day back on the 10th, last Thursday. And everybody, including myself, got picture time with the cup. .13:26 remains. Sheridan Gloyd ran into her player. Now is a opportunity up the middle is blocked. A bouncing puck. And it's cleared in on goal. That's covered by Kinney. .13:07 remaining in the third period. Daniel DuPont double teamed with Andy Mann. They are not able to steal the puck though. Still in the McKendree zone. They trail due the Wildcats, or excuse me, the Sun Devils to the Wildcats by a count of 3-1. It was a 1-0 game back at 15:07 of the first period. Power play by Jones. And then Garrow, Scully, and Wentz for McKendree in succession, very quickly, all under a minute. Shot missing wide. Comes right up and off and in. So McKendree gets another one. It's 4-1. .10:32 remaining with a 4-1 lead for the McKendree Bearcats here in the third period. Wentz gets her second, sixth of the season. Hoadley and Davis. And now another one. So the Bearcats now make it 5-1. And they are pouring it on here. 5 unanswered for the McKendree Bearcats. This one coming at 9:53 of the period. We'll catch the call from Kevin Thorough. But McKendree has done something that no other team in 7 games has been able to do. And that is put 5 goals on the board against Arizona State. In fact, that's the most they put last year.
McKendree goal scored by number 25, Cameron Scully. Assisted by number 53, Jana Garrow. Time of the goal at 9:53 of the third period. Scored by number 25, assisted by number 53.
That's Scully's second of the game. And 9:17 to go in the period. So it's been all McKendree Bearcats. .23 shots they have put on Nash Bolden, and she has to make another one there. Loose puck, and she's able to hold on to it. After Jones on the power play at 15:07 of the first, in the second, power play McKendree, Garrow, then Scully, and then moments later, Wentz, her fifth. Then Wentz in the third period gets her sixth and second of the game. Scully gets her third and second of the game at 9:53. And it has been all McKendree. again, we will have our next broadcast for you tomorrow morning, 7:30 a.m. breakfast with us at Jordan Valley Ice Park, Aquinas versus Utah. Hope you'll join us for that. Then it'll be McKendree in Colorado and Concordia and Arizona State. Face-off. Won and sent into the Arizona State zone. Sun Devils just shell-shocked here. No team has done this to them in 7 games. McKendree looking to go even at 4-4 on the season if they do in 7:49 win this hockey game. And Arizona State will drop to 7-1 if they can't come back from this deficit. At the McKendree line. And then cleared back in for an icing call. Icing will bring it back into the McKendree zone. 7:30 remaining in the period. And we may have dropped the broadcast for just a little bit. You did not miss anything. Right after the Wentz goal, nothing happened other than icing. Shot comes in, blocked as it bounced around. Gullickson wasn't able to grab it. Down in low looking is Finn Larson. She's there trying to make something happen. Now taken on a rush by McKendree. Garrow. Line change for the Bearcats. 6:53 to go in the period. Puck tipped down low. Chased by Roosh. I take that back. That is Finn Larson, 18 for Arizona State. Bearcats play catch. They draw Arizona State into the zone and are able to clear it. Now left side, offside coming into the zone is Woblig. Offside, 6:23 to go in the period. Actually 20, that's Tina Walkus, and she looks at her line mate and says, "Why'd you do that?" 6:18 to go in the period. Now, as it's carried in by Walkus, going to the bench is Savola. Coming on is Hoadley. Arizona State able to clear it out to center. That's regrouped by the Bearcats of McKendree. Lead pass is broken up. Chasing it down in her own zone is Northcutt. Taylor Northcutt trying to move it in, needs some help. And back into the McKendree into the ice. Ivanowski got a goal in yesterday's game. 2 goals, 2 assists for the Kirkwood, Missouri product. Grabbed by her and sent out to center and all the way down into the Arizona State zone. Sun Devils with a line change. Puck up the middle off of the stick of Juliana Davis. And the Bearcats, who have a comfortable 5-1 lead with 4:55 to go, just looking to kill some time. They'll keep it in the zone and line change. Here out in front with a drive that went just high is Walkus. May have tipped off the shoulder of Nash Bolden. Puck up the middle, and it's loose. Where is it? Still loose, and the officials blow the play dead. .420 to go in the period. Shots 25-7. We came into the period at 18-5. That's going to be tough. Defensively, McKendree just stymieing Arizona State in the neutral zone and not really able to get any offense, are the Sun Devils. Pushing her way through is Galoid, and Galoid checks Wobbleg along the boards. Wobbleg able to kick it forward. Andy Mann is in, or Main is in there. I think Andy Mann's a singer. Or is it Amy Mann? One of the two. Puck to the point. Good move now by Main. But it's out to center and tipped in. This is no icing. Nash Bolden thought it was, but it was tipped. That nullified the icing. Puck out to center. Now with 3:29 to go in the period. Line change for Arizona State, except for the one player on the ice, and that's Main. Stolen briefly by Finn Larson, and it's out to center. .308 to go. .5-1 in favor of McKendree. And just some good play at the line by the Bearcats. Arizona State cannot get anything established here. With a rush is Albee. She shoots, and a save by Nash Bolden. Alyssa Albee scored the first goal of the season in both wins for the Bearcats this season early on. I mean, before the showcase and yesterday's win. At the line, it stays in. Shot from the left or the right circle by Savola is steered aside. Looks like it's from the left from the goaltender, but right as you look at it. Puck to the side of the net, and Nash Bolden will hold on. With 2:08 to go. Seniors on the McKendree Bearcats team, with 5 juniors, 4 sophomores, and 7 freshmen, make up the 25. Last year they had no seniors and 12 juniors on this club. But they're doing everything right here today against Arizona State. 1:53 remaining. Don't know if they'll pull the goaltender or not with such a big lead. Here comes Andy Main, sends it down in low, taken by Ivanowski. With some help, it comes out to center. All the way around the boards. And Hoadley centers it up the middle, gets a shot off, and it was an open corner. Apparently, it must have hit iron. Shot blocked in front. And here comes an opportunity for McGee. She'll just shoot it in and help to the corner of the net.
Last minute of play in this period.
Wraparound opportunity in front, denied. And here comes a speeding Albee, and we're going to get a penalty behind the play. It goes against McKendree. It's a roughing call. This one is assessed to Cameron Scully. So She doesn't have an assist, so she doesn't have the Gordy, or, well, I guess it wouldn't matter. It would have to be something else. But she doesn't have the Gordie Howe hat trick, though she does have a penalty and a goal. Second power play for the Sun Devils. But this may be a shorthanded opportunity. McKendree changes up. Good forechecking pressure in the neutral zone by Savoa. Bearcats with Burbage. Line change for ASU with 8 seconds to go. Shot in by McGee, steered aside. Left side shot tipped up and out of play as the buzzer sounds to end this hockey contest. So Arizona State falls to a record of 7-1 on the season. And Lindsay Ellis' team suffer their first loss, whereas Derek Pallady's team, the McKendree Bearcats, are now 4-4 on the season. Jones with the power play goal at 15:07, her 7th. McGee and Northcutt with the assist. Then in the second, 13:29, McKendree's power play goal. Garrow her first. Evanowski and Walbeleg. Then Scully with her second at 14:21. Wentz 5th at 14:52. In the third period at 7:39, Wentz her 6th and 2nd of the game. Hoadley and Davis to make it 4-1. And then it becomes 5-1 with Scully's tally at 9:53 of the third of the season, 2nd of the game. Garrow with the assists. Shots on goal in the third period. 9 on Nash Bolden for a 2-period total of 27. Make that a 3-period total of 27. And just 3 on Brittany Kennedy for a 3-period total of 8 shots. Hard to believe that's all Arizona State got. 8 shots in this hockey game in a 5-1 defeat. Don't forget our next broadcast for you. It will be Aquinas and Utah, 7:30 a.m. tomorrow. All Sunday games will be broadcast right here on Web Sports Radio, right here from Jordan Valley Ice Park. That'll do it from the Stan Melton Ice Rink at Jordan Valley Ice Park, the ACHA Division I Women's Showcase. Second day is in the books, and it really wasn't a close one here today, as the McKendree Bearcats win 5-1 over the Arizona State Sun Devils. I'm Steve Casson for Brendan Coker. Thanks so much. We'll see you tomorrow. Good night.